Chapter 689. Although Lu Ping had also thought of using this secret teleportation formation to establish a stronghold for Zhenling's influence in the Central Plains, he only used this as an excuse to not return to the Central Plains. If he wanted to establish a power here, he only needed to take a look at Huangli Island. He had even left Huangli Island to Hu Lili to manage and became a hands-off manager. How would he have the patience to establish a power in the Yingshan mountain range? However, this was, after all, an excuse for Lu Ping to stay here. If he rejected Jiang Tianlin Laozu, it would be very inappropriate. Hence, Lu Ping pondered for a while and said, "Martial uncle, it is very important to establish a power in the Central Plains. If this matter is left to me, I'm afraid I don't have enough experience and strength. Why don't I stay here and temporarily maintain the safety of the teleportation formation? After Martial Uncle returns, you can discuss with the sect master and the various Dharma characteristics elders to send a suitable elder and a group of reliable disciples to the Yingshan mountain range to establish a power that belongs to our sect. I will be your assistant and fully cooperate with you. Martial Uncle, what do you think of one of them?" Jiang Tianlin looked at Lu Ping amusedly. Lu Ping also knew that his thoughts could not be hidden from Jiang Tianlin Laozu. However, Jiang Tianlin Laozu also knew that Lu Ping's words were reasonable. Although Lu Ping had the strength to take charge, there were many second-generation disciples in Zhenling. It was not the time for the third-generation disciples to be in charge. Furthermore, establishing a power in the Central Plains was very important to Zhenling. Zhenling had to be careful. At that time, the sect would be worried that Lu Ping's strength was not enough. When Jiang Tianlin thought of this, he said to Lu Ping, "That's fine. The sect will never give up on this teleportation array. Since you don't want to go back, you can stay here for now. The sect will definitely send someone to take over this cave dwelling in half a month to 10 days, or a month at the latest. Then, the sect will definitely send someone to take over this cave dwelling and use it as a stepping stone for the sect to enter the Middle Earth." After saying that, Ancestor Jiang Tianlin summoned the Ying Shu treasured mirror from the core space. Looking at everyone's surprised expression, Ancestor Jiang Tianlin said, "Spirit treasures have spirits and know how to choose their masters. With my strength, although I can suppress the wine cauldron and use it for my own use, in this way, the effect of the wine cauldron will be greatly reduced in my hands. Therefore, I hope that junior brothers, junior sisters, and martial nephews will enter the Ying Shu treasured mirror and try to communicate with the spirit of the wine cauldron to see if you can subdue it." As soon as Jiang Tianlin Laozu's voice fell, everyone in the stone room was shocked. Zhenren Xian Sen said with some hesitation, "Senior, isn't this a little inappropriate? You said before that our sect only has a few spiritual treasures, and they are all used as treasures to stabilize the fate of our sect. They are controlled by our sect's Dharma adepts. We are all core forging adepts. Regardless of whether we are qualified to control the spiritual treasures, even if we are recognized, with our strength, we will not be able to control such treasures." Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled and said, "The few spiritual treasures passed down in our sect are all offensive and defensive spiritual treasures, but this wine cauldron is a little special. Compared to the other spiritual treasures of our sect, this wine cauldron is more inclined to assist in cultivation and the creation of various spiritual liquids. Although it also has some offensive and defensive abilities, compared to the other spiritual treasures, it is far inferior. At best, it is just a top-notch spiritual nurturing treasure. In your hands, this kind of spiritual treasure can be used with some difficulty. If you are really recognized by the spiritual treasure, when you advance to the Dharma stage in the future, its power will far surpass that of a forcefully suppressed spiritual treasure." Jiang Tianlin Laozu glanced at Lu Ping. Seeing that Lu Ping was deep in thought, he continued, "Moreover, during this trip to our sect's Yingtian training ground, we have made a great contribution to the sect. It is reasonable for us to test this spiritual treasure first." After listening to Jiang Tianlin Laozu's words, Zhenren Xian Sen and the others were somewhat tempted. However, Zhenren Xian Sen still had some concerns. He said, "I am just afraid that if this spiritual treasure is really subdued by us, when we return to the sect, the other disciples will have complaints. After all, this is a spiritual treasure, and it is not ordinary. Complaints. Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled. All opportunities are equal. Why is it that you can come to the central plains, but others can't? This spiritual treasure was obtained by us. The trip to Yingtian training ground seemed to have gone smoothly, but in reality, it was full of danger. If we were not careful, we would have died. Junior brother Xian Sen, if it were not for martial nephew Xian Ping, I am afraid that most of your cultivation would have dissipated. At that time, would you have any complaints? Zhenren Xian Sen sighed and looked gratefully at Lu Ping. He smiled bitterly and said, speaking of which, this is the second time martial nephew Lu has saved me from the brink of dissipating my cultivation. Lu Ping smiled. Martial uncle, you don't have to worry about it. I am an alchemist. If it was me, I believe that martial uncle would also do his best to save me. Jiang Tianlin Laozu waved his hand and said, all right, this matter is decided. In the future, if anyone in the sect is dissatisfied, feel free to find me. Junior brother Xian Shu, you go in first and see if you can subdue the spiritual treasure. If you can't, junior sister Xian Ju will go. After that, it will be junior sister Xian Chen and junior brother Xian Senator Martial nephew Lu, you will be last. Everyone will rely on their own opportunities. It would be best if you can obtain the spiritual treasure's recognition, but if you can't, there is no need to feel regret. Zhenren Xian Shu laughed and said, in that case, I will go in and try my luck. Even if I can't subdue it, it is rare for a core forging cultivator to be able to see a spiritual treasure with my own eyes. Finished speaking, the mirror suddenly shot a blue light towards Zhenren Xian Shu. After the light dissipated, Zhenren Xian Shu had disappeared from the stone room. Everyone looked at the mirror and saw that Zhenren Xian Shu had landed on the hill that suppressed the wine cauldron. Subduing a spiritual treasure was obviously not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Lu Ping had already heard the meaning behind Jiang Tianlin Laozu's words. This time, the act of subduing the spiritual treasure was actually an opportunity that Jiang Tianlin Laozu deliberately created for Lu Ping in order to make up for taking away the 8 sceneries building from Lu Ping. Moreover, from what Jiang Tianlin Laozu had said about the function of the wine cauldron, this spiritual treasure may be more effective for an alchemist like Lu Ping. Not to mention that Lu Ping was also a Grandmaster-level alchemist, so the possibility of subduing the spiritual treasure was higher. After leaving the stone room, Lu Ping slowly walked towards a small stone room that was closest to the entrance of the cave. This was where Du Jialuo's family of 3 lived. When Lu Ping arrived, the Du madam was sitting at the entrance with the little fox in her arms. She looked at Du Jialuo, who was concentrating on cultivating in the stone room. Lu Ping had used a secret technique to personally activate Du Jialuo's bloodline after consuming spiritual herbs that far exceeded what ordinary people would use to activate their bloodlines. In the end, the result did not disappoint Lu Ping. Du Jialuo successfully activated his bloodline, and from the fluctuations of spiritual energy caused by the activation of his bloodline, although Du Jialuo's aptitude was not supreme, it was still above average. Although Lu Ping's expression was calm, he was rather pleased inside. However, he gave Du Jialuo another lecture, telling him to cultivate properly and not slack off at all. When the Du madam saw Lu Ping walk over, she hurriedly stood up and bowed towards Lu Ping. Her expression was rather respectful. Lu Ping nodded slightly and accepted her bow. Lu Ping could tell from the Du madam's expression that her bow was sincere. Lu Ping understood how the Du madam felt. After all, Du Jialuo's bloodline was a huge human-shaped pill in the eyes of any cultivator. Although Lu Ping had accepted Du Jialuo as a disciple of Zhenling, the Du madam was still cautious. She was afraid that Lu Ping would refine Du Jialuo into a human pill in the blink of an eye. However, after Lu Ping helped Du Jialuo activate his bloodline, the Du madam was truly relieved. At the same time, she was filled with gratitude towards Lu Ping. This was because she knew that once Du Jialuo activated his bloodline, the medicinal effects within his bloodline would quickly settle in his body and bones along with the circulation of spiritual energy in his bloodline. It would be impossible for any alchemist to refine Du Jialuo into a human pill. This also proved that Lu Ping truly had no evil intentions and sincerely wanted to nurture Du Jialuo. Lu Ping watched as Du Jialuo sat cross-legged on the ground and cultivated the Zhenling blood-refining realm cultivation method that Lu Ping had taught him. Lu Ping nodded his head slightly. As the blood-refining realm disciples could not determine their foundation bloodlines, the 7 bloodlines were mixed together. The cultivation method that they cultivated was mainly to nurture the 7 bloodlines in their bodies. Because this cultivation method was not very advanced, the cultivation method that the blood-refining realm disciples cultivated was similar. It did not have much of an impact on the blood-refining realm disciples. Whether or not they could build a solid foundation depended on the disciples' attitude and cultivation method. There was a medium-sized spiritual vein in the cave that Laozu had cultivated in the past. The spiritual energy in the cave was quite dense. Lu Ping's divine sense circled around Du Jialuo's body. He could feel the faint spiritual energy seeping into Du Jialuo's body through his pores. However, it was completely refined by Du Jialuo using his cultivation method. Lu Ping felt the speed at which Du Jialuo absorbed spiritual energy and the degree of refinement of his cultivation method. He turned to Madame Du and said, "You were also a late-stage core forging realm demonic beast cultivator. What do you think of this kid's cultivation?" Madame Du hesitated for a moment before replying, "I am quite unfamiliar with the human race's cultivation method, so I dare not draw any conclusions. However, judging from the amount of spiritual energy that Luo absorbed during his cultivation, he seems to be doing quite well." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Although what you said is not wrong, you have overlooked the capacity of spiritual energy in his bloodline." Looking at Madame Du's thoughtful expression, Lu Ping said, "Although this kid's absorption speed is very fast and his refining speed is not slow, he once swallowed a strange fruit. Before he opened his bloodline, the medicinal power of the fruit filled his bloodline and was difficult for his body to absorb. Therefore, under the transformation of the medicinal power, his bloodline is naturally more vigorous and thick than ordinary people. Therefore, although his absorption speed is fast, the capacity of spiritual energy in his bloodline is also large. Therefore, his cultivation speed is not fast." Madame Du asked with some confusion, "Although I am not proficient in the human race's cultivation method, listening to Immortal Elder, this does not seem to be a bad thing. The greater the capacity of spiritual energy in his bloodline, doesn't it mean that his foundation will be more solid in the future? Although his cultivation speed will be slowed down because of this, it will be greatly beneficial for the future." Lu Ping nodded with a smile and said in a low voice, "I am naturally aware of this matter. However, I said this in hopes that you can tell him about this matter. This way, after he realizes that his cultivation speed is inferior to ordinary people, he will redouble his efforts." Madame Du gratefully bowed to Lu Ping and said, "Thank you for your concern, Immortal Elder. I will not trouble you." Lu Ping nodded with satisfaction and returned to the stone room to meditate on his plan to travel the Central Plains. After an unknown period of time, a blue light penetrated in from outside the stone room and enveloped Lu Ping. Lu Ping felt a suction coming from the blue light. Lu Ping did not resist, and when he opened his eyes, he had already appeared on the top of the hill where the abundant void treasure mirror was suppressing the wine cauldron. Chapter 690. Lu Ping looked left and right on top of the hill. His feet suddenly softened and his whole body fell into the hill. In the middle of the hill, Lu Ping looked at the huge wine cup in front of him that had risen to the height of a person. No wonder Jiang Qianlin Laozu called it a wine cauldron. Ordinary people would not be able to use such a huge wine cup. "Are you the alchemy grandmaster that person talked about?" As Lu Ping watched in surprise, the wine cauldron suddenly lit up. Countless rays of light condensed above the wine cauldron and a 3-foot-tall girl appeared in front of Lu Ping. "This is the spirit of the wine cauldron." The boy looked at Lu Ping's surprised expression and rolled his eyes fiercely, as if he was already used to it. Then the girl rolled her eyes and seemed to think of something more interesting. Her whole body suddenly jumped down. Lu Ping took 2 steps back and got out of the place where the girl fell. Dong, in front of Lu Ping's horrified eyes, There was a strong vibration on the ground where the girl fell. The originally illusory girl's body actually became solid the moment she fell to the ground, and the huge wine cauldron suspended in the air disappeared at this time. The little girl looked at Lu Ping's shocked and speechless expression. It was as if her prank had been fully carried out. She giggled complacently and couldn't stop. Lu Ping quickly restrained his surprised expression, but his tone inevitably showed curiosity. He asked, "You are this wine cauldron? You can actually transform into a human form?" "Of course." The girl proudly raised her chin and said, "This lady is a spiritual treasure." "Spiritual treasure, do you know?" Seeing Lu Ping nod, the girl said, "You have some knowledge, but looking at your surprised expression when you saw this lady, you obviously don't know that spiritual treasures can actually transform into human form." Lu Ping was a little amused as he watched the little girl trying her best to act like an elder. However, he really didn't know that a spirit treasure could transform into a human form. Seeing the little girl's naivety, he decided to humbly ask her for some advice. Seeing that Lu Ping was listening to her seriously, the girl's little vanity seemed to be greatly satisfied. She could not help but feel happy, and even had a good impression of Lu Ping. "Do you know about the lightning tribulation? Spiritual treasures also have to go through the lightning tribulation like Dharma adepts. The lightning tribulation is a death tribulation, but it also contains a large amount of life energy, also known as pure yang energy. As long as you go through the lightning tribulation and accept the pure yang energy, the spiritual treasure will become a spiritual treasure, and at the same time, it will have the ability to transform." Seeing the slight surprise on Lu Ping's face, the girl chuckled again. The surprise on Lu Ping's face was more because of the pure yang energy that the girl was talking about. He did not know if it was the same thing as the pure yang energy in his own core space. All right, you are an alchemy grandmaster. With your current level of practice, becoming an alchemy grandmaster is not too bad. However, looking at your young age, the inner yuan all over your body is unfathomable. If you do not practice a very powerful technique, then you must have smelted a good spiritual item. However, all this can only say is that your potential is not bad. If you want me to recognize you as my master, then we will have to see what other abilities you have." The girl walked around Lu Ping twice, and the ground thumped with her footsteps. She was able to see most of Lu Ping's abilities, causing Lu Ping's face to reveal a look of surprise. Seeing this, the girl could not stop giggling. Lu Ping composed himself, trying hard to convince himself that this petite and cute girl in front of him was actually a spiritual treasure, an artifact spirit that could stand on the same level as Dharma adepts. Only then did he smile and say, "Do you want to see what abilities I have?" "Alchemy?" The girl shook her head vigorously, and her pigtails swayed back and forth with her head. In a crisp voice, she said, "Alchemy? None of those elixirs taste good. I want to drink wine." "Drink wine?" Lu Ping thought about how the girl's original form was originally a wine cup. After enlarging it, it would become a wine cauldron that was taller than a person. He could not help but understand. It doesn't have to be all wine. As long as it's something that tastes good and has spiritual energy, Linglong will like it. However, if you don't have these things, or if the things you take out are not to Linglong's satisfaction, then Linglong will not recognize you as her master. The little girl's eyes turned, as if she felt that what she had just said was not enough, so she continued to emphasize, "If there is nothing good to drink, even if Linglong is suppressed by that person, she will not recognize you as her master." "Your name is Linglong?" Lu Ping looked at the stubborn little girl and thought for a moment. He took out a jade pot from his storage artifact and handed it to the little girl, saying, "This is the 1,000 spirit wine I brewed myself. Try it, do you like it?" When Lu Ping became an alchemist in the blood condensation realm, he used more than 100 kinds of spiritual herbs to brew the 100 spirit wine. However, at that time, Lu Ping could not bear to use too many high-grade spiritual herbs. He only used a few 100-year spiritual herbs to brew the simplest 100 spirit wine. Later, as Lu Ping's cultivation increased, the quality of the treasures he had increased. Naturally, Lu Ping did not care about the 100 spirit wine that he usually used as a sumptuous meal. Therefore, he started to brew the 1,000 spirit wine. He used more than 1,000 different kinds of spiritual herbs to brew it. Moreover, the spiritual herbs he used were no longer simple 100-year spiritual herbs. Instead, he used a portion of 1,000-year spiritual herbs and a majority of 500-year spiritual herbs. If it were not for the fact that spiritual herbs were rare and it was a waste to use them to brew spirit wine to satisfy his appetite, Lu Ping might even use all of the 1,000-year spiritual herbs to brew the 1,000 spirit wine. This was also because Lu Ping was an alchemist with a rich collection of spiritual herbs. If it was someone else, they would not have the confidence to brew the 1,000 spirit wine. When Linglong saw the jade pot in Lu Ping's hand, her delicate nose wrinkled slightly. She seemed to have sensed the spiritual qi that floated out from the jade pot. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but she still stretched out her hand indifferently and said, "Give it to this miss to have a taste." Lu Ping smiled faintly. The jade pot in his hand flew out and slowly fell into Linglong's hand. Linglong caught the jade pot, put the mouth of the pot into her mouth and sucked fiercely. With a squeak sound, the full pot of 1,000 spirit wine went into the little girl's stomach under Lu Ping's shocked gaze. Linglong shook the empty jade pot and threw it back to Lu Ping. She pouted and said, "Aya, not enough, not enough." Lu Ping saw that a bright red had slowly climbed up to Linglong's baby fat little face, but the little girl still stretched out her little hand and said, "Is there a better one? Is there a better one?" Lu Ping put the jade pot away. This jade pot was a magic tool with a storage function. It seemed to be only a foot high, but in fact, it could hold 7 or 8 jars of 1,000 spirit wine. This was all the 1,000 spirit wine that Lu Ping had brewed over the years. But it was so easily drunk by the little girl. Lu Ping also felt a burst of heartache. But these things were insignificant compared to the little girl in front of him. He could see that the little girl was now a little tempted. As long as Lu Ping could take out a better spiritual liquid, maybe Lu Ping would be able to subdue his first spiritual treasure. This was a spiritual treasure. Lu Ping carefully took out a small jade bottle from the storage magic tool. After opening the bottle, Lu Ping looked at the amber-colored liquid inside, then reluctantly handed the jade bottle to the little girl. On the other hand, Linglong's eyes lit up when Lu Ping took out the jade bottle. When Lu Ping removed the cork, the little girl was already eager to snatch the bottle from him. But Linglong's eyes lit up when Lu Ping took out the jade bottle. When Lu Ping handed the jade bottle to her, the little girl directly sucked. The amber-colored spiritual liquid turned into a thin line from the jade bottle and flew into the little girl's mouth. Linglong smacked her lips as if she wanted to continue. However, she said, "Not bad. If eaten, it can increase a person's lifespan by 3 years. It's just that it's a little too little." Lu Ping looked at the little girl in front of him with a pained expression. This bottle was the vitality liquid that Lu Ping brewed to refine the minor forging spirit pill. Just this vitality liquid could extend a cultivator's lifespan by 3 years. However, such a precious spiritual liquid in the cultivation world was drunk by the little girl in one gulp. She only received a not bad evaluation. The little girl looked at Lu Ping and her eyes turned. She said in a clear voice, "Is there anything better than this? If there is, Linglong will consider disowning you. Linglong is a spiritual treasure. It's very powerful." Lu Ping looked at the cute little girl in front of him. It seemed that she had suddenly incarnated into a little devil. She was tempting Lu Ping to take out more treasures to use as a trump card. With no other choice, Lu Ping took out a jade pot from his interspatial mystic artifact, which was used to water the spirit herbs. A deep and resonant sound immediately filled the entire mountainside. "It smells so good." Linglong sniffed hard and greedily sniffed the fragrance from the jade pot. She could not wait to shout, "Give it to me, give it to me." Lu Ping had no choice but to hand over the jade pot to Linglong. Inside it was the 1,000 fragrant dew that Lu Ping had obtained from the Longhuai ancestor in the fallen secret land. Lu Ping also obtained the secret formula of 1,000 fragrant dew and 100 flowers dew from the Longhuai ancestor. After returning, Lu Ping had also prepared these 2 spiritual liquids according to the secret formula. Perhaps because the quality of the spiritual herbs outside was far inferior to that in the fallen secret land, The quality of the two spiritual liquids prepared by Lu Ping was always a little worse. However, this could be completely made up for in quantity, so it was not a big deal. The pot that Lu Ping gave to Linglong was the only remaining 1,000 fragrant dew that he had brought back from the fallen secret land. He had already used up the rest. The little girl also drank it up in one gulp. The little girl smacked her lips and said, "This is the best, but it is not as useful as the last one for Linglong. Linglong wants to drink something like the last one. The last kind of spiritual liquid? That was the vitality dew that could prolong life." This little girl could not be fooled at all. "Linglong, I only have a little bit of vitality dew, but I do have a type of spiritual liquid. Try it and see if you like it." Lu Ping felt like he was coaxing a child. Chapter 691. The corners of Lu Ping's mouth twitched as he watched the little girl gulp down a large cup of precious Hubaihua jade dew in one gulp. Then, she smacked her lips as if she was savoring the aftertaste. If it were not for the childish little face in front of him, Lu Ping would have slapped her. This is also very delicious. Ordinary people can increase their lifespan by 1 or 2 years if they drink it, but the effect on Linglong is not as good as the one she drank just now. That one, yes, the dew of vitality, it is the dew of vitality. The dew of vitality is not delicious, but it is the best for Linglong. Lu Ping could see that this girl was a drinker. No matter how many good things there were, it was not enough for this little girl to pour into her stomach. It was indeed a wine cup. For a moment, Lu Ping even suspected that Patriarch Jiang Tianlin already knew about the Linglong wine cauldron's character. He knew that even a Dharma adept like Lu Ping wouldn't be able to afford to raise such a spirit treasure. That's why he did everything he could to shove the little guy into Lu Ping's hands. "Linglong, you have drunk so much. I have also let you drink a lot of the good things here. What do you think about following me in the future?" Linglong gave him a "you are so stingy" look and said, "I heard from that person that you are also an alchemy grandmaster and have a lot of treasures in your hands. You are not willing to let that person suppress and forcibly control Linglong, so you agreed to give that person a chance to subdue Linglong. I did not expect that an alchemy grandmaster like you is only SOSO. Who was that person?" Of course, that person was Jiang Tianlin Laozu. It really was Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Lu Ping felt a burst of anger. This little girl actually knew how to provoke him. Was she still a weapon spirit? Lu Ping had indeed mastered a lot about the concoction of spirit liquids. Every alchemist had a deep understanding of the concoction of various spirit liquids. That was because some spirit liquids could completely replace the effects of spirit pills. In fact, cultivators could even absorb and refine them better than spirit pills. However, compared to spirit pills, spirit liquid had a huge flaw, and that was that the spirit chi contained in spirit liquid was not easy to preserve. After a long time, it would easily evaporate and lose effectiveness. In addition, the scope of application of spirit liquid was far less extensive than that of spirit pills. Over time, the configuration of spirit liquid became a branch of alchemy. Every alchemist had a certain level of mastery in the configuration of various spirit liquids. After all, it was a spirit treasure. As Lu Ping tried his best to persuade himself, he placed a small handful of top-grade spirit tea from the Golden House into a cup made of jasper spirit bamboo. Then, he poured a pot of spirit spring water boiled with crimson spirit flame into the bamboo cup. An ancient fragrance slowly wafted from the bamboo cup. "It's only top-grade spirit tea, what's so good about it?" Linglong looked at the bamboo cup in Lu Ping's hand with great reluctance. In her opinion, top-grade spirit tea was like drinking cold water. How could it arouse her interest? If there's spirit tea produced by the spirit demon tea tree, then it can be considered good. Linglong's words almost made Lu Ping spit out a mouthful of blood. Spirit demon tea tree? She dared to think about it, but she would have to see if there were 2 or 3 of them in the entire cultivation world. Lu Ping was at most a 7th-layer core forging cultivator. How could he have a spirit demon tea tree? He didn't think that although he didn't have a spirit demon tea tree, He had a spirit demon peach tree that was not the slightest bit weaker than the spirit demon tea tree. Lu Ping casually took out a jade bottle and gulped down the liquid inside. Suddenly, he remembered that he was holding the core forging realm royal jelly brewed by the amethyst queen bee. His heart shuddered and he quickly put away the jade bottle. However, the fragrance of the spirit tea and the unique aroma of the royal jelly had already drifted out of the bottle. Linglong's delicate voice suddenly shouted, "It smells so good, I want to drink it, quickly give it to me." Lu Ping's hand loosened, and the full cup of spirit tea had already been snatched away by Linglong, but Lu Ping didn't have the slightest reaction. Lu Ping had just thought of something, but he took out a full bottle of purple crystal queen bee jelly and poured 1/3 of it out. One had to know that when Lu Ping refined Dharma stage pills, he would only pour 3 to 5 drops into the cauldron in order to increase the success rate. 1/3 of this bottle was enough for Lu Ping to refine 3 batches of Dharma stage pills. The 1,000 spirit wine that could hold 7 or 8 jars was drunk by Linglong in the wine cauldron. The cup of spirit tea that was only the size of a normal teacup was also drunk by Lu Ping in one gulp. Lu Ping also didn't know how Linglong, who had transformed into a 3-foot body, could drink so much. Linglong licked the tea juice from the corner of her mouth and sneakily looked at the magic storage artifact on Lu Ping's finger. She said carefully, "If only I gave the rest of the spirit tea to Linglong to drink. The spirit tea in that bottle is much better than this cup of spirit tea. Don't even think about it." Lu Ping glared at the little girl fiercely. He was still feeling pained over the 1/3 of the royal jelly he had just poured out. Originally, he only wanted to drip a drop into the cup of spirit tea. How could he have thought of pouring 1/3 of it in at once? Now that he heard this little girl wanting to drink the purple crystal royal jelly like it was water, Lu Ping no longer cared that the other party was just a little girl. He had long forgotten that she was a spirit treasure that he had tried so hard to subdue. He couldn't help but glare at Linglong angrily. The strange thing was that the little girl, who originally had an arrogant appearance, this time was not dissatisfied with Lu Ping's bad attitude. Instead, she giggled and said, "I have been trapped for a long time. We spirit treasures can't absorb spirit energy on our own. Linglong is really hungry." In addition to recognizing people as its master, Linglong can use the master's true essence to nourish Linglong. The rest of it can only swallow all kinds of spirit liquids that contain spirit energy. This is also Linglong's innate magical power. Linglong's innate magical power is very powerful. Lu Ping was a little dizzy from anger. Now that he recovered, he remembered that this little girl was the spirit of the wine cauldron. If he wanted to subdue the wine cauldron, he would need the little girl's consent. So he restrained his temper and snappily asked, "Say it, what other test do you need? If I continue to drink spirit liquids, I don't have any left on me. Don't even think about the purple crystal royal jelly. However, I still have a few kinds of world spirit water and water attribute world treasures. If you want to drink them, I can give you some." Linglong wrinkled her cute nose and said, "World spirit water, who wants to drink those things?" There is an aura that Linglong doesn't like. Those world treasures are also not good. Linglong doesn't like them. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. This was strange. World spirit treasures were the most precious treasures in this world, but this little girl didn't like them. Instead, she liked concocted or collected spirit liquids. What was the reason for this? Thinking about what Linglong said about world spirit treasures having an aura that she didn't like, Lu Ping's heart moved. Could it be because of the spirituality of world spirit treasures? To put it bluntly, after a magic treasure becomes a spiritual treasure, it would have its own spirituality. However, this spirituality had just appeared, so it was still immature. Moreover, it was nurtured by the cultivator's own true essence. Because of this, its spirituality was special and compatible with the cultivator who nurtured it. When the magic treasure continued to grow, it would go through the spirit nurturing stage and continuously nurture its spirituality. After passing through the test of thunder tribulations, it would obtain pure yang energy, which was also the energy of life. Then, a spirit like Linglong would be born. The spirituality of these spirit treasures was pure, but most of the world's spirit treasures' spirituality did not match. Even though the world spirit water also contained a large amount of spiritual energy, Linglong didn't like the spirituality of the evil spirit water. This made Linglong instinctively feel that swallowing the world spirit water would destroy the purity of her spirituality. Therefore, most of the world spirit water, in Linglong's eyes, appeared to be dirty. Was it really dirty? Lu Ping smiled in his heart. It probably depended on what kind of world spirit water it was, right? A drop of spirit liquid was spinning in Lu Ping's palm. It immediately attracted Linglong's gaze. Her clear eyes suddenly flashed with an uncertain light. What kind of spirit liquid is this? Linglong really wants to drink it. Is there only one drop? This time, Lu Ping was more careful. When the little girl looked at him, he quickly closed his palm. The little girl's body just flashed for a moment, but she helplessly returned to her original position. She could only look at Lu Ping pitifully. This drop of spirit liquid is world spirit water. Lu Ping said with bad intentions, "You said it yourself. You don't like to drink world spirit water." The little girl's face was full of confusion. Her pearl-like white teeth gently bit her finger. Lu Ping could even see crystal clear saliva sliding down her finger. I was wrong. Linglong wants to drink that drop of spirit liquid. Linglong can feel that this spirit liquid is very useful to Linglong. Can you give that drop of spirit liquid to Linglong? Lu Ping smiled in his heart as if his plot had succeeded. He said with surprise, "You have to look carefully. This is a drop of world spirit water. Are you sure you want this drop of spirit liquid? Will it have a bad effect on you?" Wondered you. Lu Ping did not believe that this kind of world spirit water, which contained infinite vitality, would be rejected by a spirit treasure like Linglong. The Wonder Dew contained a spirituality that surpassed other ordinary world spirit water. However, the spirituality of the Wonder Dew was mainly the power of vitality. Just now, Lu Ping had seen the little girl swallow several spirit liquids. The little girl liked spirit liquids with rich spiritual energy. However, she liked spirit liquids like Vitality Dew and 100 Flower Jade Dew the most. They contained vitality and could prolong a cultivator's life. However, which of these things could compare to the Wonder Dew? As long as you give this drop of spirit liquid to Linglong, Linglong will recognize you as her master. Good, then it's a deal. Lu Ping was secretly delighted. He had been waiting for this little girl to say this. Chapter 692. Spiritual treasures had their own spirits and could choose their own masters. They could also use their own killing power, but they were unable to absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, the spiritual energy in an ownerless spiritual treasure would decrease with each use. Inside Lu Ping's core space, under Lu Ping's distressed eyes, Linglong, who had swallowed a drop of myriad Wonder Jade Dew, giggled and transformed back into her original form. Then, she shrank into a palm-sized wine cup and entered Lu Ping's core space in a flash. Lu Ping's bloodline and core space were filled with thick Jin Yuan. The moment the Linglong wine cauldron entered his core space, it was like a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the sea. Lu Ping felt 2/3 of his Jin Yuan collapse and was completely swallowed by the Linglong wine cauldron. As for Lu Ping, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, Linglong wine cauldron was even more surprised. Although she could feel that Lu Ping's Jin Yuan was rich, in her impression, with Lu Ping's cultivation, even if she took the initiative to recognize him as her master and swallowed a lot of spirit liquid to replenish her Jin Yuan, it would still be impossible for Lu Ping to fill and refine all the Jin Yuan she needed in 3 to 5 days. However, she didn't know that Lu Ping had refined 2 portions of Heaven Step Dark Heavy Water when he advanced to the middle core forging stage, and 2 portions of Heaven Step Myriad Wonder Jade Dew when he advanced to the late core forging stage. Among cultivators of the same level, his Jin Yuan could only be described as heaven-defying. Otherwise, how could Lu Ping walk across the stone bridge in the central palace and obtain the inheritance of Ying Tian sect's soaring sky Laozu as well as the pure Yang soul? The Linglong wine cauldron chose its own master, and Lu Ping had a strong Jin Yuan that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. Therefore, Lu Ping was able to completely refine this spiritual treasure in an instant. However, After the Linglong wine cauldron was refined by Lu Ping, she found that her surprise was obviously not over. Ah! A sharp scream rang out in Lu Ping's heart space, causing Lu Ping to frown. Then, he heard Linglong's scream continue, "Pure yang qi, so much pure yang qi, so much pure yang qi. Master, if you had told me earlier that you actually had so much pure yang qi, Linglong would have recognized you as her master long ago. Why would she need to drink so much wonder dew?" If not for the fact that Linglong's wine cauldron had already been refined by him, Lu Ping's impulse to beat someone up would have been even stronger. What did he mean by apart from the 10,000 wonder dew? It's nothing special. The thing that Lu Ping gave Linglong's wine cauldron to drink was the least valuable 1,000 spirit wine. In the cultivation world, an ordinary jade pot would be worth hundreds of spirit stones. Lu Ping's storage magic tool was equivalent to 7 or 8 jars of 1,000 spirit wine, which was worth at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. As for the vitality dew and the 100-flower jade dew, which could be used to extend one's lifespan and increase one's cultivation level, they almost could not be calculated with spirit stones. In the cultivation world, it was enough for a core forging stage cultivator to fight to the death. But in the eyes of Linglong's wine cauldron, it only received an evaluation of not very good. In the eyes of Lu Ping, this was clearly showing off after getting a bargain. After Linglong's wine cauldron entered the core space, it immediately moved towards the position closest to Lu Ping's golden core, but it was excluded from the natal Genshen array by Lu Ping's divine sense. It was not that Linglong's wine cauldron could not compete with the natal Genshen array, but because after the wine cauldron was refined by Lu Ping, it began to be controlled by Lu Ping and could not disobey Lu Ping's orders. So the Linglong's wine cauldron turned into a huge wine cauldron under the golden core, and began to absorb the spirit qi with the golden core, accepting the spiritual treasure's nourishment from the golden core. And above the wine cauldron was the 9th grade white jade lotus, and the golden core was held up by the white jade lotus. From a distance, it seemed that the 9th grade white jade lotus and the golden core were even surrounded by the golden core, tightly imprisoning the Dan Xia in the natal Genshen array. At any time, it would be swallowed by the wine cauldron. However, Linglong soon found that the Dan Xia around the golden core contained a rich pure yang qi, so she immediately cheered and focused all her attention on competing with the many magic treasures in the core space for the pure yang qi. Linglong's wine cauldron was a spiritual treasure that had survived a thunder tribulation. The promotion of the pure yang qi to the quality of Linglong's wine cauldron was no less than the nourishment of the golden core. The most important thing was that the pure yang qi would help her to overcome the thunder tribulation in the future. Perhaps the help was negligible, but for a spiritual treasure, any little help to overcome the thunder tribulation was extremely important and crucial. Inside the rock cave, Daoist Shen Shu and the others looked at the innocent face of Lu Ping and the small wine cup suspended in his palm. They could not help but sigh and said, "Boy, you really have good luck." Lu Ping giggled, but did not say anything. Under the request of Lu Ping, Jiang Tianlin, Lao Zu, and the others brought the Du mother and daughter back to the North Sea, and then Hu Lili sent them to the East China Sea's Listening Waves Island. Of course, the 2 top-quality spirit stones had to be paid by Lu Ping, which made Lu Ping feel distressed. He only had a few top-quality spirit stones on him, and if it was not for the 3 top-quality spirit stones he got from the Ying Tian dojo, Lu Ping would have considered sending the Du mother and daughter to the North Sea. After Jiang Tianlin, Lao Zu, and the others returned to the North Sea, only Lu Ping and Du Jialuo were left in the cave. Du Jialuo cultivated by himself, and Lu Ping didn't bother him. Only when Du Jialuo encountered difficulties in his cultivation would Lu Ping give him pointers. As for the rest of the time, Lu Ping took inventory of his gains from the Ying Tian dojo. At the same time, he stepped up his cultivation to consolidate his cultivation that had soared to the peak of the 7th layer of core forging. Even so, he could faintly feel that he had already touched the barrier of the 8th layer of core forging. It was only a matter of time before he advanced to the next layer. Lu Ping opened the Golden House's door wide open, and his spirit pets all came out to take a stroll. Du Jialuo, who was in the middle of cultivating, was left half dead. Although Du Jialuo had seen Dabao before, he had never seen a rat as big as a wild boar. He had also never heard of a foot-long purple crystal queen bee that rode on a wooden horse. He had also never seen a bird that could speak the human language or a snake that was several feet long and as thick as a water bucket. Fortunately, he had seen the original body of Lu Dargouet, who had brought his family back to the cave in the rock. His stepmother, Madame Du, was originally possessed by a demon cultivator, and his half-sister was also a mixed blood of human and demon. Therefore, he was able to quickly calm down after the shock. When Samling, Lu China, and the others saw Du Jialuo, they all saw him as a new creature, and tried to play with him. Fortunately, Du Jialuo's mind was firm, and he wasn't affected much. This made Lu Ping feel gratified. Not long after, he stopped Samling and the others from playing. A little girl with 2 pigtails came out from behind Lu Ping. Linglong looked enviously at Samling, Lu China, Zilan, De Bao, and the others who were playing together. She raised her head and looked at Lu Ping, then carefully walked towards them. After a while, the group of little people laughed and played with each other. After recognizing Lu Ping as her master, Linglong became much more well-behaved, because she could see more of Lu Ping's secrets in Lu Ping's core space. Whether it was the rich pure yang qi, the white jade lotus floating above her head, the magic pill furnace, the NH1 cauldron, or the ocean crossing boat, the flowing sword, the beautiful autumn water sword, the 5 elements cloud robe, and other magic treasures of the spirit cultivation level. Although these treasures were not as good as Linglong's, they were not as good as what Linglong had imagined she would be in Lu Ping's core space. Not only that, after Linglong entered the core space, she was quickly attacked twice in a row. There were 2 things that really frightened Linglong. The first was when Linglong enlarged her body and was ready to compete with Lu Ping's life Genshen formation for the pure yang qi, a purple gourd, which was at the same distance as several magic treasures of the spirit cultivation level, suddenly spat a drop of spiritual liquid towards Linglong. When Linglong entered Lu Ping's core space, she was so overbearing to compete for the pure yang qi, so she could naturally feel the faint resistance from these magic treasures of the spirit cultivation level. After seeing the gourd spit out a drop of spiritual liquid, she was secretly amused. One of her innate talents was to swallow all kinds of spiritual liquid, but this gourd actually spat at her. Just as she was preparing to take this opportunity to give Lu Ping's magic treasures a show of strength, Linglong suddenly discovered that this drop of spiritual liquid was actually condensed from countless lightning bolts. How could Linglong, who had narrowly escaped death under the Thunder Tribulation, not be able to see that this drop of spiritual liquid was actually the Thunder Tribulation water, a high-grade heaven stage spiritual treasure? At that moment, Linglong was so scared that she almost burst into tears. She immediately shrunk her body, and looked at the purple gourd triumphantly swallowing the drop of Thunder Tribulation water with an incredulous look in her eyes. Only then did Linglong remember a legend circulating among spirit treasures. Could this gourd be the prototype of that legendary supreme spirit treasure? In an instant, Linglong suddenly found that her original nobility suddenly paled in comparison to this gourd. The appearance of the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd made Linglong restrain her sense of superiority as a spirit treasure, but Linglong immediately discovered something that made her even more frightened. The 7 strange 4-legged serpents hovering over Lu Ping made Linglong feel a sense of fear from the bottom of her heart. If the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd made Linglong feel fear because of her status, then the 7 strange serpents made Linglong feel a sense of natural reverence, as if she was born to fear them. This feeling was even worse than the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd. Linglong looked at the sealed pure yang energy first being swallowed by the 7 strange serpents, then Lu Ping's natal Genshen formation, and then the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd. As a spirit treasure, Linglong was only ranked 4th. In the rocky cave, Lu Ping naturally did not care about Linglong's ranking in the core space. He walked straight towards the House of Gold. After receiving the inheritance of the Longhui ancestor, and nourished by the living soil, and other natural treasures, the spirit demon peach tree's cultivation had finally begun to grow. It had already reached the peak of the blood condensation realm, and was about to condense its beast core and take human form. Chapter 693. Lu Ping did not expect that the person who would arrive a few days later would be Guo Xianshan Laozu. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Guo Xianshan Laozu had been Zhenling's disciple before he had advanced to the core forging stage. He was a truly independent person. Now that Zhenling had established the Yingshan mountain range, Guo Xianshan Laozu was naturally the most suitable candidate. However, the fact that the sect had directly sent a Dharma adept to establish a power in Central Plains showed how ambitious Zhenling was. Accompanying Guo Xianshan Laozu was Guo Xianshan Laozu's fifth disciple, perfected Liu Shenyuan. He was also Master Immortal Liu when Lu Ping was still at the Blood Condensation Realm's minor repairs. At this time, perfected Liu Xuanyuan's level of practice had already reached the sixth stage of the core forging stage. Although he was still a long way from breaking through to the late core forging stage, this level of practice was already considered one of the best among the third-generation disciples. Other than these two, there were also 2 early core forging third-generation disciples and 5 fourth-generation blood condensation disciples. These 9 people, together with Lu Ping, were the people Zhenling had sent to Central Plains to secretly establish a power. The teleporter in the rocky cave was originally a single-person teleporter. However, before perfected Shen Chen left, he first modified the teleporter in the cave into a teleporter that could transport 5 people at a time. Then, he teleported to the Clear Stream Cave in the North Sea and modified the teleporter there as well. This way, the capacity of the teleporter was increased to the point where it could transport 5 people at a time between Central Plains and the North Sea. At the same time, the amount of top-grade spirit stones required for teleporting was greatly reduced. However, in the process of modifying these 2 teleportation formations, Spiritual Master Shen Chen had used up more than half of the formation spiritual materials he had obtained from the Yingtian dojo. It was not so easy to modify a super long-distance teleportation formation. Lu Ping explained everything about the rocky cave to Guo Tianshan Laozu. Before Guo Tianshan Laozu and the others returned to the North Sea, they had taken a large amount of low-grade training resources from the Yingtian temple and left them in the rocky cave. This was enough for Guo Tianshan Laozu to use in the early stages of establishing Yingshan Immortal Court. Just the medium spirit vein alone was enough to support an unranked power. Of course, with Guo Tianshan Laozu's status as a Dharma adept, a single medium spirit vein was indeed too shabby. However, this was the beginning of everything, and this situation already made Guo Tianshan Laozu very satisfied. After Guo Tianshan Laozu arrived, he quickly commanded the people he had brought to roam the Yingshan mountain range. While familiarizing himself with the surroundings of the mountain range, he also constantly observed the movements of the Xiao Mo and Shura in the mountain range. After flattening the Ying-He, Dao universe, and Yingshan sects, the Shura and Xiao Mo sects were like locusts passing through the land. Most of the Shura and Xiao Mo sects were led by the blood demons and blood Shura to wreak havoc in some unknown place. There were only a few scattered Shura and Xiao Mo sects left in the Yingshan mountain range. These were the Shura and Xiao Mo sects who had fallen behind due to injuries or low levels of training. Ever since the Great Calamity, although the Shura and Xiao Mo sects had brought great disasters to the cultivation world, after the Shura and Xiao Mo sects had wreaked havoc in a certain area, they would rarely pass by that area again. Even other tribes of the Shura and Xiao Mo sects would rarely visit that area again. This was also the reason why Zhenling could be at ease in setting up another residence in the Yingshan mountain range. This place had already been ravaged by the Shura and Xiao Mo sects, so during this great calamity, there would not be any large groups of Shura and Xiao Mo sects passing through the Yingshan mountain range again. After a period of preparation, Guo Xianshan and Laozu established the Yingshan Immortal Academy on a mountain peak near the Yinghe mountain range. This would be the base of Zhenling's faction in the Yingshan mountain range. Although the Yingshan Immortal Academy was spacious, it was still too small to be the base of a faction. It could only be used as a secret base. After about 3 months, when all the preparations were completed, Guo Xianshan finally began to send disciples under the banner of Yingshan Immortal Academy to clean up the scattered asuras and devil cultivators in the Yingshan mountain range. At the same time, They began to help the mortal villages in Yingshan Immortal Academy defend against the beast tides caused by the Asuras and devil cultivators rampaging in Yingshan mountain range. Slowly, the mortal villages within a radius of 50 kilometers of Yingshan Immortal Academy became part of Yingshan Immortal Academy's sphere of influence. At the same time, Yingshan Immortal Academy also began to host the bloodline activation ceremony in the dozen or so nearby villages, selecting cultivators with good aptitudes to enter Yingshan Immortal Academy to cultivate. Although the Shura and Shiomo sects had dealt a heavy blow to the cultivation world in the past, the Shura and Shiomo sects had never taken the initiative to attack places where mortals gathered. This could be considered a mystery in the cultivation world. Some cultivators had guessed that the reason why the Shura and Shiomo sects did not attack mortals was because mortals did not know how to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to expand their divine sense and will. Even though the Shura and Shiomo sects were bloodthirsty and devoured souls, the bloodline of mortals did not contain spiritual chi and could only nurture true essence. They could only observe their surroundings through their five senses and not through the divine sense and will of cultivators. Let's not talk about how Guo Xianshan and Laozu had taken advantage of the vacuum in the Yingshan mountain range after the Shura's rampage to expand the territory of the newly established Yingshan Immortal Academy. They searched for and took over the various cultivation resource sites that the Ying He, Yingshan, and Dao space sects had opened up in the Yingshan mountain range for their own use. After Lu Ping welcomed Guo Tianshan and Laozu, he once again became a hands-off shopkeeper. Guo Tianshan and Laozu presided over the Yingshan Immortal Academy and had many things to do. Other than occasionally coming out to refine a few cauldrons of pills, Lu Ping did not care about anything else. After greeting Guo Tianshan and Laozu, he returned to his cave dwelling and went into seclusion. For some reason, Guo Tianshan and Laozu did not care about Lu Ping's actions. Even though the other core forging cultivators felt indignant when they thought about it, the Yingshan Immortal Academy was not perfect in all aspects. The pills they needed for their cultivation still fell on Lu Ping. When they thought about Lu Ping's identity as an alchemy grandmaster, they all calmed down. He was special because he had the qualifications. They had no choice but to accept it. After Lu Ping went into seclusion, the Yingshan Immortal Academy no longer had any alchemy grandmaster. Even though Lu Ping had refined a batch of pills before he went into seclusion, no one knew how long Lu Ping would stay in seclusion. Guo Tianshan and Laozu could only ask for help from the sect. A few days later, Zhenling's alchemy grandmaster, Daoist Shen Fang, and 3 other alchemy grandmasters brought a batch of spiritual herbs of various ages that Zhenling had sent to Yingshan Immortal Academy through the teleportation array. They took over the responsibility of managing the Yingshan Immortal Academy's pill room from Lu Ping. One of the blood condensation realm alchemy grandmaster who came with Daoist Shen Fang was Tian Yu, the one who held Lu Ping's alchemy master token. Tian Yu was now one of the best alchemy grandmasters among the 4th generation of Zhenling's disciples. He was favored by the seniors in the pill pavilion, especially the famous alchemy grandmaster, Daoist Shen Fang, who gave him many pointers. The 4th generation disciples in the pill pavilion were envious of Tian Yu. They all believed that Tian Yu would definitely become Daoist Shen Fang's disciple after he advanced to the mid-blood condensation realm. However, after a few years, Tian Yu's cultivation had already reached the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm. However, he didn't even have the intention to become Daoist Shen Fang's disciple. Tian Yu's alchemy skills were the best among the 4th generation disciples. Many of his peers had already been accepted by the pill pavilion's alchemy masters and alchemy grandmasters. However, not a single alchemy grandmaster, including Daoist Shen Fang, took the initiative to accept Tian Yu as a disciple. As time passed, all kinds of rumors started to spread. Some people said that Tian Yu was once under the care of a powerful figure in the pill pavilion. Ordinary alchemy masters naturally wouldn't accept Tian Yu as a disciple, and Tian Yu naturally wouldn't risk angering that powerful figure by accepting someone else as his master. There were also people who said that Tian Yu was arrogant and thought that no one was qualified to be his master. He didn't even put Daoist Shen Fang, who had helped him a lot, in his eyes. There were also people who said that Tian Yu had offended someone that even Daoist Shen Fang didn't dare to offend, so no one in the Pill Pavilion dared to accept him as a disciple. There were also people who asked Daoist Shen Fang why he didn't accept Tian Yu as a disciple. Since Daoist Shen Fang had given Tian Yu many pointers and Tian Yu's talent in alchemy was quite high, Daoist Shen Fang only smiled and didn't answer. Tian Yu had also been asked several times why he didn't accept a master. With his master's pointers, with his talent in alchemy, his progress in alchemy would undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. However, Tian Yu only politely declined their kind intentions. Because of this, he was even reprimanded by many third and even second-generation alchemy masters. They all said that he was too arrogant, but Tian Yu never defended himself. This time, Tian Yu came to Yingshan Immortal Academy with a mid-grade pill furnace. Before he came to the Central Plains, Elder Immortal Fang Dao from Huangli Island had personally given it to him. This made the other two blood condensation alchemy masters who came with Daoist Shen Fang very envious. When Daoist Shen Fang saw the pill furnace, he only smiled. Lu Daohua was already 10 years old. Although her real age was probably much older than a cultivator who had reached the true spirit realm, she stubbornly counted the years from the year she transformed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. 10 years was a very long time for Samling, Lu Qina, Lu Dagui, Guo Tianshan, Laozu, Daoist Lu Shenyuan, and the others who managed Yingshan Immortal Academy. However, to Lu Daohua, 10 years was nothing compared to the time before she transformed. Thus, while Lu Ping was in seclusion, Lu Qina's cultivation also broke through to the 5th stage of the core forging realm. Samling also advanced to the mid-stage of the core forging realm. Even Lu Dabao's cultivation rose by 1 stage, reaching the 2nd stage. The Amethyst Queen Bee's cultivation rose by 2 stages, reaching the 3rd stage. Lu Dagui also advanced to the 3rd stage. Under the management of Guo Tianshan and Laozu, the entire Yingshan Immortal Academy gradually got on the right track and started to develop steadily. With the Yingshan Immortal Academy's true spirit peak as the center, the Yingshan mountain range within a radius of 1,000 miles became part of the Yingshan Immortal Academy's sphere of influence. 10 years later, Tian Yu, who was at the 6th stage of the blood condensation realm, successfully refined a batch of pills for the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Under the special care of Daoist Lu Shenyuan, Du Jialuo advanced to the blood condensation realm. In the forbidden area of the Yingshan Immortal Academy near the Ying River, a huge vortex of spiritual energy gradually formed in the sky, attracting the attention of all the disciples of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. Chapter 694. Heavenly Phenomenon. It was common for a core forging cultivator to trigger a heavenly phenomenon when he broke through. However, it was at most a violent storm that caused the sky to darken. Only when a Dharma manifestation cultivator broke through would they absorb all the spirit chi in a radius of tens of miles, forming a huge spirit chi whirlpool in the sky above the cultivator's seclusion. However, this phenomenon occurred when Lu Ping broke through to the 8th level of the core forging realm. Even though this spirit chi whirlpool did not look as vast as the heavenly phenomenon caused by a Dharma manifestation cultivator, it was truly formed. In the ocean palace of the Yingshan Immortal Academy, perfected Liu Shenyuan, who was reporting to Guo Tianshan Laozu about the academy, looked at the sky above the back mountain in shock. Below the back mountain of the Yingshan Immortal Academy was a cliff that had been cut by the Ying River. From the moment the Yingshan Immortal Academy was established, it had been listed as a forbidden area. Perfected Liu Shenyuan naturally knew who was in the forbidden area, but he definitely did not expect that Lu Ping would trigger such a shocking heavenly phenomenon. Perfected Liu Shenyuan looked at Guo Tianshan Laozu, who was sitting cross-legged and did not react to the heavenly phenomenon caused by Lu Ping. He thought for a while and said, "Teacher, junior brother Lu is extremely talented. The heavenly phenomenon caused by his breakthrough is almost the same as that of a Dharma manifestation cultivator. However, isn't this breakthrough a little too ostentatious? The current situation in the Yingshan mountain range is very delicate. Junior brother Lu's breakthrough might be used by people with ulterior motives to harm the Yingshan Immortal Academy. Guo Tianshan Laozu smiled slightly and said, "Old man might not see it. The key is how you use it. If you use it well, you might be able to completely establish our sect's position in the Yingshan mountain range." Perfected Liu Shenyuan was stunned for a moment before he fell into deep thought. After the news of the Azura and Devil cultivators joining hands to wreak havoc in the Yingshan mountain range spread, many cultivators who wanted to avoid the calamity began to plan to temporarily move their cave mansions to the Yingshan mountain range. This was also because the Azura and Devil cultivators rarely wreaked havoc in the same place twice. However, ever since the Yingshan sect was destroyed, the cultivation resources in the Yingshan mountain range that the Yingtian sect had originally managed had been divided by the various sects in the central plains. Only the leftovers were left. This was also why after the Yingtian sect's thousands of years, only 3 sects that could barely be considered small powers had established themselves in the Yingshan mountain range. Hence, even though the demonic cultivators and Shura's calamity had passed and this place had most likely become a pure land in the cultivation world, it was an extremely barren pure land. Hence, the cultivators who came here to avoid the calamity were merely itinerant cultivators with low cultivation. At most, there were a few small clans and small sects. However, there were exceptions to everything. Even though the Yinghe, Yingshan, and Daoyu sects that were originally stationed in the Yingshan mountain range had been destroyed by the Shura and demonic cultivators, Laozu from these 3 sects had managed to escape. After the Shura and demonic cultivators retreated from the Yingshan mountain range, the Yingshan Immortal Academy was the first to rise. Even though the Yinghe, Yingshan, and Daoyu sects had been destroyed, the spirit gathering grounds, spirit material mines, and even some remnant spirit veins that these sects had previously controlled were not completely destroyed by the Shura and demonic cultivators. As a result, the Yingshan Immortal Academy moved or occupied many of the spirit gathering grounds, ruined spirit herb gardens, spirit material gardens, and spirit material mines in the ruins of the Yinghe and Yingshan sects. However, just as the Yingshan Immortal Academy gained a foothold in the Yingshan mountain range, Yusheng Laozu of the Daoyu sect suddenly led the remaining disciples of the Yingshan and Daoyu sects back to the Yingshan mountain range to re-establish their sect. For some reason, the Yingshan Immortal Academy's 5 blessings Laozu did not return with Yusheng Laozu, while the remaining disciples of the Yingshan sect returned with Yusheng Laozu. As for the other Yingshan mountain range sect, Changhe Laozu and the remaining disciples of the Yinghe sect did not appear in the Yingshan mountain range. After Yusheng Laozu re-established his sect, he discovered that many of the training resources that originally belonged to him had been taken by the Yingshan side sect. Under the leadership of Yusheng Laozu, the newly established Mountain Universe sect naturally did not want their resources to be taken away by others. However, when Yusheng Laozu led the disciples of the sect to attack the sect, they were stopped by Guo Tianshan Laozu. In the end, the Mountain Universe sect's cultivators retreated pathetically. Only then did they realize that this newly established Yingshan Immortal Academy actually had a Dharma adept as their leader. Moreover, their strength was not below that of the Mountain Universe sect, which was formed by the remaining disciples of the Daoyu and Yingshan sects. Although the Yingshan Immortal Academy had relied on the array formation at the Mountain Gate and Guo Tianshan Laozu's sudden appearance to catch the Mountain Universe sect off guard, the Yingshan Immortal Academy had just been established. Other than Guo Tianshan Laozu, the number of core forging and blood condensation cultivators they had was far behind the Mountain Universe sect. Helpless, Guo Tianshan Laozu sent people back to Junling to seek help. On the other hand, he had no choice but to reduce the expansion of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. He only kept the area within a radius of 1,000 miles as the foundation of the Yingshan Immortal Academy's influence. Although Guo Tianshan Laozu sent a request for help back to Junling, Junling only sent 5 cultivators. 3 of them were core forging cultivators, 1 each at the late, mid, and early stages. The remaining 2 were 4th-generation disciples at the late blood condensation stage. The leader of the 5 was Jiang Tianlin Laozu's eldest disciple, enlightened Master Shentian, who had already advanced to the late core forging stage. Guo Tianshan Laozu found out from enlightened Master Shentian that although Junling's position in the North Sea was still stable, the situation had changed. Although Zhenling could still cope with the situation, it was not enough for them to send extra forces to support the Yingshan Immortal Academy in the Middle Lands. After all, although establishing a base in the Middle Lands was important, it was not an urgent matter. With Zhenling's strength, it was not enough to support the rapid rise of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. In Zhenling's plan, the Yingshan Immortal Academy was just to establish an inconspicuous faction to deceive people so that it would be easier for Zhenling to do things in the Middle Lands in the future. Now, they had to keep a low profile. Even if they had to swallow their anger, they had to continue pretending. However, the members of Zhenling Laozu did not expect that Guotianshan Laozu would take advantage of the lack of influence in the Yingshan Immortal Academy to plunder a lot of cultivation resources from the 3 sects of Yingshan Immortal Academy. This allowed the academy to develop so quickly that it incurred the hatred of the Mountain Universe sect. Enlightened Master Shen came to the Yingshan Immortal Academy not only to receive reinforcements from Zhenling, but also to inform Guotianshan Laozu of the sect's strategy of concealing their strength and biding their time. Thus, even though the Yingshan Immortal Academy's strength had increased in the following years, they avoided conflicts with the Mountain Universe sect as much as possible and never took the initiative to provoke them. When Lu Ping came out of seclusion to visit Guotianshan Laozu, he coincidentally ran into Enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan and Enlightened Master Shentian discussing matters in Guotianshan Laozu's cave residence. Enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan told Lu Ping the general situation of the Yingshan Immortal Academy's development in the past 10 years. After all, Lu Ping still had the title of Yingshan Immortal Academy's Vice Mountain Lord, so it was not right for him to not know anything about the Yingshan Immortal Academy. After listening to Enlightened Master Liu Xuanyuan's narration, although Lu Ping was dissatisfied with the sect's strategy of concealing their strength and biding their time, this strategy was undoubtedly the safest way of development. However, Lu Ping also sensed that the situation in the North Sea seemed to have changed greatly from this order. Thus, he turned to look at Enlightened Master Shentian and said, "Senior, how is the situation in the North Sea? It's not too good, but our sect should be able to deal with it. In the North Sea, our sect still holds the initiative." Enlightened Master Shentian thought for a moment, weighing his words as he slowly explained to Lu Ping. It turned out that when the Ying Tian Dojo opened 10 years ago, not only did the various sects in the North Sea start to fight amongst themselves, but after the dojo collapsed, they were ambushed by the local forces near the Ying Tian Dojo, as well as the sudden invasion of the demonic cultivators and Shura cultivators. Although the Dharma adepts of the various sects in the North Sea managed to escape from danger, the late core forging disciples of the various sects who participated in the Ying Tian Dojo trip were all injured. Zhenling, whose strength was still intact, was naturally the biggest winner of this trip to the Ying Tian Dojo. Although Enlightened Master Xuanju, Enlightened Master Shen Sen, Enlightened Master Xuanxu, and Enlightened Master Shen Chen were all seriously injured, they had Lu Ping, the Alchemy Grandmaster, and Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, who was no weaker than a mid-Dharma adept, to protect them. In the end, they all returned to their sects unscathed. Even if Zhenling did not say anything, the various sects in the North Sea knew that Zhenling had definitely benefited the most. After the trip to the Ying Tian Dojo, the biggest impact on the North Sea cultivation world was undoubtedly the fight for the Dharma Power Soul. Smoke Mist Laozu and Kang Li Laozu fought, and the result was that the 2 sects that were originally closest to the North Sea, Shui Yang Pavilion and Hai Yang sect, had turned against each other. During the trip to the Ying Tian Dojo, a late core forging disciple from Shui Yang Pavilion was ambushed and killed by Zhong Shi and Donghua Laozu of the Blue Sea sect in the Central Palace. Smoke Mist Laozu formed a team with Jiang Tianlin and the others in the final battle, which also caused Shui Yang Pavilion to eventually join Zhenling's camp. As for the Hai Yang sect, in order not to be isolated, they had no choice but to join the alliance formed by the Blue Sea sect and Xianling sect to fight against Zhenling together. On the surface, the strength of the 4 sects on Zhenling's side was not much different from that of the Xianling sect, Blue Sea sect, Hai Yang sect, Feiyu sect, and Lingjiyu sect. But in fact, in Zhenling's camp, because of Zhenling's absolute status, this camp was united around Zhenling. On the other hand, although the loose alliance formed by the other 5 sects had a common enemy, Junling, whether it was the Xianling sect, the Blue Sea sect, or the newly joined Hai Yang sect, the absolute strength of these 3 sects was not too far apart. Therefore, this alliance was like a group of dragons without a leader. It was even in the midst of internal strife for power and profit. In the battle against Junling, they were suppressed by Junling's side in every aspect. However, in recent years, the Crystal Palace's interference in the affairs of the North Sea through Xianling sect had increased. With the support of the Crystal Palace, Xianling sect status in the North Sea finally began to rise again. In addition, during the trip to the Yingtian dojo, Xianling sect's Feng Shutao Laozu had inherited the Dharma soul and successfully passed the early Dharma stage 3 years ago, becoming Xianling sect's 3rd mid-Dharma adept. With the original top expert of the North Sea, Dao Sheng Laozu, in charge, Xianling sect's strength finally surpassed the Blue Sea sect. Their authority in the alliance had also surpassed the Blue Sea sect and the Hai Yang sect. In the process of fighting against Junling's camp, Xianling sect had also finally gained the leadership. In addition, Zhong Shi of the Blue Sea sect had advanced to the Dharma stage, and a 2nd-generation disciple of the Hai Yang sect had finally crossed the threshold of the Dharma stage. Xianling sect's camp finally had the power to fight against Junling. Fortunately, in the past 10 years, Junling's Liang Xianfeng and Chu Xiancheng had advanced to the Dharma stage one after another. The number of Dharma adepts in Junling had increased to a terrifying 12. In addition, a 2nd-generation disciple from the Shui Yang Pavilion had also advanced to the Dharma stage. Therefore, although Junling's camp could no longer suppress Xianling sect's camp with the support of the Crystal Palace like before, they could still gain the upper hand. After listening to spiritual master Xuantian's explanation, Lu Ping finally had a direct understanding of Junling's situation in the North Sea. No wonder their sect was so stingy with their support for Yingshan Immortal Academy. It turned out that Junling's current situation in the North Sea was not very optimistic. This also caused Junling to not dare to freely expand its power in the Central Plains. Lu Ping turned to spiritual master Liu Shenyuan and asked about the development of Yingshan Immortal Academy. Yingshan Immortal Academy had been established for 10 years. Because of Guo Tianshan Laozu's achievement in defeating the Shanyu sect's Yu Shong Laozu, many itinerant cultivators who had entered the Yingshan mountain range to avoid the calamity wanted to join Yingshan Immortal Academy. However, although Yingshan Immortal Academy had Guo Tianshan Laozu, there were only 8 core forging 3rd-generation disciples, including Lu Ping. There were 2 late-stage core forging disciples, 3 mid-stage core forging disciples, and 3 early-stage core forging disciples. Thus, those itinerant core forging cultivators who wanted to join Yingshan Immortal Academy in the Central Plains would become Immortal Academy's guest chamberlains after passing the Academy's test. However, due to the Academy's own secrecy, they were extremely cautious in choosing their guest chamberlains. After 10 years, Yingshan Immortal Academy only had 5 core forging guest chamberlains. There were 2 mid-stage core forging disciples and 3 early-stage core forging disciples. There were quite a number of blood condensation outer sect disciples, but there were no more than 20 of them. These people were mainly hired by Junling to guide the talented youths from the mortal villages within the Academy's 1,000-mile radius. In these 10 years, although my abilities are limited, I've been diligent. I've managed to get the disciples of Immortal Academy on the right track. There's already a batch of talented disciples who have recently advanced to the blood condensation realm. Among them is the kid you recommended, Du Jialuo. He has only advanced to the blood condensation realm a few days ago and is currently consolidating his cultivation.
Oh.
When Lu Ping heard that Du Jialuo had advanced to the blood condensation realm, he couldn't help but show some interest. He asked, "Senior brother, do you know what his main bloodline is after he advanced to the blood condensation realm?" Liu Shenyuan smiled. "After he advanced to the blood condensation realm, I called him over to ask about it. It turns out that he has an Earth attribute ape bloodline. Among the other 6 mixed bloodlines, 2 of them are Earth attribute, 1 is Fire attribute, and 1 is Metal attribute. According to the natural law of the 5 elements, this bloodline is considered top-notch. If he is properly nurtured, He will definitely become a core forging cultivator in the future. When Lu Ping heard about Du Jialuo's mixed bloodline, he nodded to himself. This kind of mixed bloodline was much stronger than Lu Ping's when he advanced to the blood condensation realm. However, when he heard perfected Liu Shenyuan say that Du Jialuo could advance to the core forging stage in the future, Lu Ping couldn't help but laugh. From Lu Ping's point of view, this kid would be nurtured like a Dharma adept. However, the secret of Du Jialuo consuming a spirit fruit to strengthen his physical body was only known by a few people. In order to protect him, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't spread this information. At this time, perfected Liu Shenyuan said, "It's a shame to say this, but it's rare for cultivators from overseas to have Earth attribute bloodlines. Although Master and I both practice Earth attribute techniques, it's not the true techniques of our sect. We've only reached the mid-Dharma stage. Strictly speaking, the techniques that Master and I practice belong to the turtle bloodline, which is not compatible with this kid's ape bloodline. Otherwise, I might have accepted him as my disciple back then." Lu Ping looked at perfected Liu Shenyuan in surprise. Among the third-generation disciples, perfected Liu Shenyuan was considered a person with high standards. Now that he was already at the peak of the 6th level of the core forging stage, he had only accepted one true disciple. However, he seemed to have 3 to 5 registered disciples. Among the third-generation disciples who were only at the core forging stage, he was second only to Lu Ping. Lu Ping was just thinking about how to hint to perfected Liu Shenyuan when he heard perfected Liu Shenyuan say, "However, I heard that 10 years ago, Elder Uncle Tianlin brought back a large number of Ying Tian sect's ancient books from the Ying Tian sect. I don't know if the sect has finished sorting them out, but I think there might be Earth attribute ape bloodline techniques among them. It's just that I've been staying at the Ying Shan Immortal Academy all these years, so I'm not very well informed about the sect." Lu Ping hurriedly smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. I've already made some arrangements for this kid. As for the cultivation technique, senior brother can ask him to find me after his cultivation has stabilized." Liu Shenyuan looked at Lu Ping with a surprised expression. After a while, he pointed at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "So junior brother has already made arrangements. This kid is actually favored by junior brother. If this matter spreads to the North Sea, I wonder how many 4th-generation disciples of the sect will complain about how unfair it is." Lu Ping smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother must be joking. I'm lazy by nature and just don't want to waste time teaching other disciples. However, this kid has some talent after all. It would be a pity to bury it like this. Give him an opportunity. If he can be nurtured, perhaps it will be a blessing for the sect in the future." After bidding farewell to perfected Liu Shenyuan and the others, Lu Ping walked out of the True Spirit Hall and came face to face with a familiar person. The person clearly saw Lu Ping and showed a surprised expression on his face. He hurriedly stopped and slightly bowed, saying, "Greetings, senior brother Shen Ping." Although Lu Ping found this person familiar, he did not immediately remember who this person was. After the person bowed and greeted him, Lu Ping patted his head and said, "You are junior brother Shen Fang? I didn't expect you to also come to the central mainland." After exchanging greetings with this fellow disciple who had a dispute with him in the past, Lu Ping first returned to the rock cave in the back mountain with the excuse that he had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Perfected Shen Fang looked at Lu Ping's back with a complicated expression and sighed after a long time. There was only a look of admiration left on his face. He turned around and hurriedly walked into the True Spirit Hall. In the rock cave, in the stone room where Lu Ping cultivated in seclusion, Lu Ping looked at a small bronze wine cup placed next to the stone furnace that suppressed the spiritual vein and suddenly asked, "It's been 10 years. Linglong, have you done what you said before?" Chapter 695. If the Linglong wine cauldron was used as an offensive or defensive treasure, it would at most display the power of a spirit-nourishing treasure. It was far from being comparable to her identity as a spiritual treasure. In fact, the true name of the Linglong wine cauldron should be called the Spirit-gathering wine cauldron. As a spiritual treasure that had survived a lightning tribulation, The most important function of the Linglong wine cauldron was to assist in cultivation, and this function was reflected in the gathering of spiritual qi. Lu Ping spent 10 years to reach the 8th layer of core forging. The reason why he didn't spend more time to consolidate his unstable cultivation was because of the Linglong wine cauldron. When Lu Ping broke through to the 8th layer of core forging, he didn't need to spend a lot of time to stabilize his cultivation. In fact, in the cultivation world, there were many magic treasures that could gather spiritual qi. For example, the purple spirit jade pendant that Lu Ping wore on his waist was refined from the 1,000-year-cold jade that second senior sister gave him when he entered the sect. Later, as Lu Ping's cultivation continued to increase, the jade pendant was upgraded from a top-grade magic treasure to a spiritual treasure. If it weren't for the 1,000-year-cold jade's material limitations, perhaps Lu Ping would have already broken away from Chen Lian and upgraded it to a spiritual treasure. In fact, in the cultivation world, there were many magic treasures that could gather spiritual qi. Not to mention others, Lu Ping wore a purple spiritual jade pendant that was refined from the Millennium Cold Jade that second senior sister gave him when he entered the sect. Later, as Lu Ping's cultivation continued to increase, the jade pendant was upgraded from a top-grade magic treasure to a spiritual treasure. If it weren't for the Millennium Cold Jade's material limitations, perhaps Lu Ping would have already broken away from Chen Lian and upgraded it to a spiritual treasure. However, these kinds of auxiliary magic treasures that were used to gather spiritual qi, suppress the soul, calm the nerves, and restore one's vitality had a common problem. That was, it was too difficult to improve one's own quality, and it was basically a fantasy to pass the lightning tribulation and become a spiritual treasure. From this point, it could be said that the Linglong wine cauldron, which was an auxiliary magic treasure that focused on gathering spiritual qi, was able to survive the lightning tribulation. However, after the Linglong wine cauldron passed the thunder calamity, it gained a new ability that Lu Ping thought was extremely heaven-defying. That was the ability to gather spiritual veins. That's right, not only did the Linglong wine cauldron have a powerful spirit-gathering function, it could also gradually form a permanent spirit vein. Although the time needed to gather the spirit vein seemed to be quite long, the Linglong wine cauldron relied on the medium-sized spirit vein in the cave to greatly shorten the time needed to nurture the spirit vein. 10 years ago, when Lu Ping was in closed-door training, Linglong once boasted that she could use 10 years to rely on the medium-sized spirit vein in the cave to gather a small spirit vein. Although a small spirit vein was not in Lu Ping's eyes, the ability of Linglong to gather the spirit vein really surprised Lu Ping. Because a spirit vein was different from spiritual qi, it would not disappear and would grow endlessly. If the news of gathering a small spirit vein in 10 years were to spread, Lu Ping could imagine how many Dharma Laozu would come to besiege him. He would definitely be dead. The small wine cup turned back into a 3 feet tall girl. Linglong proudly jumped down from the stone platform and said, "Master, please look." However, with Lu Ping's divine sense, Lu Ping had already felt that the spiritual qi in the cave suddenly became thicker. Although a small spirit vein emitted only 1% of the concentration of spiritual qi compared to a medium-sized spirit vein, but the increased concentration of spiritual qi was still keenly captured by Lu Ping. Can it really gather a spirit vein? Although Lu Ping had already believed that Linglong would not lie, when he really saw a small spirit vein in the cave, he could not help but exclaim in amazement. How can it be fake? Linglong had an arrogant look on her face. Lu Ping's divine sense carefully examined the small spirit vein attached to the medium-sized spirit vein. Then he thought of something and turned to ask, "By the way, since you can rely on a medium-sized spirit vein to transform a small spirit vein, can you rely on a large spirit vein to transform a small spirit vein?" When Linglong heard Lu Ping's words, her face suddenly changed, and then she said indignantly, "Master, in your dreams. If according to Master's words, if Linglong is placed on a large spirit vein, won't it directly nurture a medium-sized spirit vein?" Lu Ping also knew that his idea was too shocking. If according to what he thought, with Linglong's wine cauldron in hand, the large spirit vein that Junling spent tens of thousands of years to nurture would be a joke in Lu Ping's eyes. Then he laughed, "Master is too greedy, but Linglong can nurture a small spirit vein, this is already shocking enough. But although Linglong can't transform a small spirit vein, if you let Linglong rely on a large spirit vein, it can shorten the time to gather a small spirit vein by 2 years. If you rely on a large spirit vein, then every 5 years, Linglong can gather a small spirit vein. When Lu Ping heard this, his eyes lit up again. Even if it could only gather a small spirit vein, but after a long time, this magical power of Linglong's was enough to defy the heavens. As if sensing Lu Ping's thoughts, Linglong pouted and said, "Master, don't think that Linglong can rely on a spirit vein for too long. Each spirit vein can only gather 3 small spirit veins at most. After that, this spirit vein can no longer be used by Linglong." After hearing this, Lu Ping couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he also knew that if Linglong could really gather on a spirit vein endlessly, after hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps all the spirit veins in the cultivation world would be gathered under Linglong's feet. But, step by step, Linglong lured Lu Ping's greed. With a smile, she changed the topic and said, "If Linglong can survive the second lightning tribulation, then Linglong can rely on a medium spirit vein to gather 2 small spirit veins in 10 years. Lu Ping's eyes immediately lit up and said, "If I survive the third lightning tribulation, doesn't that mean I can gather 3 small spirit veins in 10 years? However, Lu Ping then seemed to think of something and said, "Every time I survive the lightning tribulation, I can only rely on a spirit vein to gather 3 small spirit veins at most. If that's the case, there won't be any significant change except for shortening the time." Linglong whispered "Greedy Master" again, and then said, "No, it's just that the number of spirit veins Linglong can breed every time I use the supernatural power will increase, but the number of the 3 times I use the supernatural power will not change. In other words, after Linglong survives the second lightning tribulation, I can rely on a medium spirit vein to breed a total of 6 small spirit veins, and after the third lightning tribulation, I can breed 9 small spirit veins." Lu Ping finally understood. Although Linglong's words were enough to make Lu Ping excited, and he secretly sighed that this spiritual treasure was really worth it, but Lu Ping was still a person with a clear mind. He was not confused by Linglong's beautiful future. What a joke, for an auxiliary spiritual treasure like Linglong, without the power to kill or protect, it would be much more difficult to survive the lightning tribulation than other spiritual treasures. The difference between a second tribulation spiritual treasure and a third tribulation spiritual treasure was too big. Lu Ping was now just a cultivator who had just advanced to the 8th layer of core forging. Helping a spiritual treasure to survive the lightning tribulation was far from a problem that Lu Ping could consider. However, Linglong seemed unwilling to give up this opportunity to tempt Lu Ping. She still described to Lu Ping the beautiful future that she would bring to Lu Ping after she grew up. "Master, if you can help Linglong survive the third lightning tribulation and help Linglong successfully advance to a pure yang spiritual treasure, then Linglong will be able to breed small spirit veins." After listening to this, the corner of Lu Ping's mouth twitched, but he was no longer willing to listen to Linglong's endless chatter. Pure yang spiritual treasure? It was said that Peng Daren's #1 divine tool, the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash, was a pure yang spiritual treasure, but was that something that Lu Ping could hope to achieve? Seeing that Lu Ping didn't want to listen to her anymore, Linglong obviously didn't want to give up. She followed behind Lu Ping, as if she wanted to get a promise from Lu Ping. Lu Ping was really helpless against this tale, so he stretched out his hand and summoned the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash from the space in his heart core. Crackle! The moment the 7 Treasures Thunder Gourd appeared in Lu Ping's hand, it released a bolt of lightning as if to demonstrate its might. Linglong, who was behind him, jumped in fright and stopped in her tracks. She stared at the purple gourd in Lu Ping's hand with fear in her eyes. In the past 10 years, in addition to Lu Ping's cultivation advancing to the 8th layer of core forging, Lu Ping also made progress in 3 other things that were closely related to his own strength. The 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash's power greatly increased, and it was the second one after Linglong's spirit vein. Lu Ping found some records about the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash in the ancient books of the Yingtian Dojo. Although the refining method of the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash was not recorded, there were some descriptions of the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash's growth process. In order for the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash to grow, it needed to swallow a total of 49 different kinds of heaven and earth oddities, 7 of each attribute. However, before the Seven Thunder Treasures calabash became a spiritual magic treasure, it needed a total of 21 kinds of heaven and earth oddities as a foundation. After becoming a spiritual magic treasure, it only needed 7 kinds of heaven and earth oddities. However, these 7 kinds of heaven and earth oddities were different from ordinary heaven and earth oddities. In that ancient book, Lu Ping learned that the cultivation world's heaven and earth oddities could be divided into 3 grades. Before the Seven Thunder Treasures calabash became a spiritual magic treasure, it only needed the most common low-grade heaven and earth oddities. After the Seven Thunder Treasures calabash became a spiritual magic treasure, it needed to swallow middle-grade heaven and earth oddities. Compared to low-grade heaven and earth oddities, middle-grade heaven and earth oddities were undoubtedly much rarer. It was no wonder that after the Seven Thunder Treasures calabash's evolution, Lu Ping had used many kinds of heaven and earth oddities for it to swallow, but the calabash did not respond. Lu Ping also checked the grades of some heaven and earth oddities according to the classification in the ancient book. He found that among the 7 kinds of heaven and earth oddities that Lu Ping smelted with his protective aura qi, 3 of them were actually middle-grade heaven and earth oddities. Moreover, the myriad poison liquid that Lu Ping smelted at the beginning was barely at the threshold of high-grade heaven and earth oddities. Chapter 696. Although the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash already had 3 psychic treasure restrictions, if it wanted to go further, it needed to devour 7 kinds of mid-grade heaven and earth oddities of different attributes. Fortunately, during this trip to the Yingtian dojo, Junling had harvested a lot of heaven and earth oddities. With the consent of Jiang Tianlin and Laozu, Lu Ping used the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash to select a few types of mid-grade heaven and earth oddities for the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash to devour. After 10 years of refining and brewing, the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash's power had finally been greatly enhanced. Although its quality was still far from reaching the peak of psychic treasure, the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash's true power was no less than an ordinary spirit-nurturing treasure. However, Lu Ping also knew that in order to upgrade the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash to a spirit-nurturing treasure, the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash must absorb 7 types of mid-grade heaven and earth oddities of different attributes. After becoming a spirit-nurturing treasure, the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash still needed to absorb 7 types of mid-grade heaven and earth oddities before it could become a Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure. After becoming a Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure, the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash could only absorb rarer high-grade heaven and earth oddities. What were high-grade heaven and earth oddities? For example, the myriad poison syrup that could nurture the myriad wonder dew, the growing soil that was as valuable as the growing soil, a mid-grade heaven rank spirit treasure, and so on. These were all high-grade mystical items. And after the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash had passed the 3rd lightning tribulation and before the calabash became a pure yang spirit treasure, Lu Ping would have to search for 14 types of high-grade mystical items like the myriad poison syrup and growing soil, all of which belonged to the 7 elements. After reading these contents, Lu Ping finally understood why the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash had not gathered all 49 heaven and earth oddities. Not to mention the rarity of these high-grade heaven and earth oddities, even after becoming a Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure, it could only absorb 7 types of high-grade heaven and earth oddities. It was no wonder that after Peng Daoren, the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash never reached the height of the number 1 divine weapon. After using the Seven Treasures Thunder calabash to scare off Linglong's wine cauldron, Lu Ping once again immersed his spiritual will into the core space. Above the grade 9 white jade lotus, the 8th monstrous flood dragon that had just appeared on the surface of a huge golden core was playing with the other monstrous flood dragons. Under the dense purple dan qi of the golden core, 12 origin Chen beads emitting 5-colored light were constantly revolving around the golden core. Lu Ping's spiritual force was currently focused on one of the Gen Chen pearls. Different from the other Gen Chen beads, this Gen Chen bead's surface was emitting a much brighter multicolored light. Every time the 9th order white jade lotus flashed a beam of light, the entire 12 Gen Chen beads would shine brightly, resonating with the 9th order white jade lotus, as if they were breathing around the Jindan together. At the same time, the brightest elemental bead took the opportunity to transmit some mysterious information to the other 11 elemental beads through the formation diagram. This shining Zhenchen bead was one of Lu Ping's greatest gains from his seclusion. Unlike Jiang Tianlin Laozu's 108 leaf-shaped life-bonded magic treasures, Jiang Tianlin Laozu's life-bonded magic treasure seemed to have 108 leaves, but in fact, they were 108 parts of a magic treasure. Each of these 108 parts had the power of an ordinary magic treasure, but when this magic treasure was finally combined, according to Lu Ping's knowledge, its power had reached the peak of spirit-nourishing magic treasures. The reason why Jiang Tianlin Laozu generously gave up the opportunity to subdue the Linglong wine cauldron instead of using it himself was not only because the Linglong wine cauldron was an auxiliary magic treasure, but also because Jiang Tianlin Laozu was preparing his own life-bonded magic treasure to transcend the tribulation and become a lightning tribulation spiritual treasure. Compared with the life-bonded magic treasure, the Linglong wine cauldron was less important in Jiang Tianlin Laozu's opinion. In the past, Jiang Tianlin Laozu hadn't subdued the Linglong wine cauldron, so it was impossible for him to know that the Linglong wine cauldron had such a heaven-defying ability to gather spirit veins. Lu Ping's life-bonded magic treasure was divided into 13 magic treasures, not 13 parts of a magic treasure. These 13 life-bonded magic treasures could form a complete life-bonded Zhenchen formation, but they could also be used individually. If each of these 13 life-bonded magic treasures became spirit-nourishing magic treasures, then their power would far surpass Jiang Tianlin Laozu's life-bonded magic treasure. However, Lu Ping wanted to turn 13 magic treasures into spirit-nourishing magic treasures in one go. In the eyes of other cultivators, this was a crazy and almost impossible task. However, this kind of crazy thing could only be done by someone like Lu Ping, who had a unique true essence bloodline among cultivators of the same level. At the very least, during these 10 years, Lu Ping had successfully condensed the 7th restriction on one of the 12 Zhenchen beads, making it a spirit-nourishing magic treasure. After this Zhenchen bead became a spirit-nourishing magic treasure, Lu Ping was delighted to find that, perhaps because of the formation, there was a connection between this spirit-nourishing magic treasure and the other 12 life-bonded magic treasures. It was precisely because of this connection that it would be much easier for Lu Ping to upgrade the other 12 magic treasures to spirit-nourishing magic treasures in the future. At the very least, Lu Ping wouldn't have to spend another 10 years to upgrade a Zhenchen bead to a spirit-nourishing magic treasure. In fact, during Lu Ping's seclusion this time, the improvement of his strength was not limited to these aspects. Lu Ping had collected many books from the Yingtian dojo. Before Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, and the others returned to the North Sea, he had selected many books from the martial uncles that Lu Ping thought would be useful to him. He had recorded all of them for himself to study. This increased the number of spells and techniques that Lu Ping had mastered. This would definitely allow Lu Ping to have more ways to adapt when facing an enemy. While Lu Ping was meditating on the water elemental sword technique he obtained from the Yingtian dojo, a few days had passed unknowingly. Suddenly, Lu Ping's expression changed as he sat cross-legged on the stone platform. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the stone cauldron on the stone platform beside him. The stone cauldron immediately spun on the stone platform, and the door to the stone cauldron opened. After Du Jialuo successfully advanced to the blood condensation realm, he used close to a month to completely consolidate his new breakthrough. Just as he came out of seclusion, the late blood condensation realm master Immortal Wang Zxian, who had been in charge of leading his cultivation, appeared in front of him with a strange expression. Looking at Du Jialuo's aura, Master Immortal Wang nodded in satisfaction. He said, "Not bad, your foundation is very solid. Since your cultivation has advanced to the blood condensation realm, according to the rules of the Immortal Academy, you are automatically promoted to an elite disciple. You have the right to choose a legacy cultivation technique. Go to the True Spirit Pavilion of the Immortal Academy and choose a legacy cultivation technique from Mountain Elder Liu Shenyuan." Du Jialuo was stunned. He said, "Shouldn't disciple go to the Scripture Pavilion to choose a legacy cultivation technique? How can I trouble Mountain Elder?" A trace of confusion flashed across Wang Zxian's face, but he still laughed and scolded, It's a great opportunity to have Marshal Uncle Liu choose a legacy cultivation technique for you. Are you not willing? Du Jialuo chuckled and rubbed his head. He said, Disciple is just curious. Disciple will go to the True Spirit Pavilion to pay a visit to Mountain Elder Liu. Wang Zhixian was one of the 5 blood condensation disciples who followed Guo Tianshan, Laozu, and Liu Shenyuan to the North Sea. He was a well-known figure among the 4th-generation disciples of Zhenling. Naturally, he knew that Du Jialuo was called over by Liu Shenyuan because he was valued by the enlightened masters of Immortal Academy. Perhaps he could become a disciple of one of the enlightened masters and become a 4th-generation disciple. When that happened, Du Jialuo would become his junior brother. Although he didn't know how Du Jialuo was valued by Liu Shenyuan, he couldn't help but think of a story that circulated in the True Spirit Courtyard. A legendary figure among the 3rd-generation disciples of Zhenling, the Water Sword Immortal, enlightened Master Lu Shenping, whose name shook the North Sea's cultivation world. When enlightened Master Lu Shenping was still in the True Spirit Courtyard, the current enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan was his leader. It was also because of enlightened Master Liu Xuanyuan's favor and help that the Water Sword Immortal became unstoppable after advancing to the blood condensation realm. Although Du Jialuo's cultivation was among the best among the dozens of disciples he led, he wasn't one of the best. However, this person was valued by enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan. If he could become someone like enlightened Master Lu Shenping in the future, it would be of great benefit to Wang Zhixian. In an instant, Wang Zhixian made up his mind to help this disciple. Just the fact that this person was valued by Liu Shenyuan was worth his effort. Guo Tianshan Laozu was only the mountain elder of Yingshan Immortal Academy when it was first established. After the battle with the Mountain Universe sect's Yushong Laozu, he handed the position of mountain elder to his personal disciple, enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan. Guo Tianshan Laozu himself became the Grand Elder of Yingshan Immortal Academy in name. There was also a mysterious elder in Yingshan Immortal Academy. It was said that this elder was the senior brother of Mountain Elder Liu Shenyuan, but his cultivation was higher than Mountain Elder's. He was a late core forging cultivator, but no one in Yingshan Immortal Academy had ever seen this elder. However, a few years ago, Immortal Academy once again announced an Elder Shentian. This was the sect's 3rd elder after Great Elder Guo Tianshan. It was rumored that he was Mountain Elder Liu Xuanyuan's senior brother, also at the late stage of core forging. Compared to the mysterious elder who never appeared, this Elder Shentian was much more high profile. Under Mountain Elder's invitation, this elder would often appear in Yingshan Immortal Academy, explaining Dao and divine abilities to the many disciples, guests, and outer sect disciples, giving them pointers on cultivation and so on. When Yingshan Immortal Academy and the other powers in Yingshan Mountain Range clashed, this elder would often take the lead. In a battle between late core forging cultivators of the same level, this Elder Shentian would often be able to fight 1 against 2. He had even forced back an expert at the 8th layer of core forging. In a short period of time, this Elder Xuantian's reputation in Yingshan Immortal Academy soared. Many disciples of Yingshan Immortal Academy hoped to become Elder Xuantian's disciple. As a result, there were 2 theories in Yingshan Mountain Range. One was that the mysterious elder was actually not a real person. At that time, Yingshan Immortal Academy was just hastily established. Apart from Guo Tianshan Laozu, the academy did not have any other experts, so they fabricated a late core forging cultivator to intimidate the other powers in Yingshan Mountain Range. The other theory was that the so-called mysterious elder was actually Daoist Master Shentian himself. However, now that Daoist Master Shentian had come out of seclusion, Yingshan Immortal Academy took the opportunity to create the impression that there were 2 late core forging elders. Their goal was the same as the first theory, to intimidate the other powers. However, among the disciples of Yingshan Immortal Academy, only Du Jialuo knew that there really was a late core forging elder in Yingshan Immortal Academy. Even Wang Zhixian and the other 4th-generation disciples of Zhenling didn't know about this. When they arrived at the rocky cave from the northern sea through the transportation formation, Lu Ping didn't meet with them. Liu Shenyuan and the other third-generation disciples clearly didn't plan on exposing Lu Ping's trump card. Not only that, Du Jialuo also knew that Yingshan Immortal Academy originally belonged to a sect called Zhenling. Yingshan Immortal Academy should actually be called Yingshan Courtyard. Chapter 697. This was Du Jialuo's second time meeting perfected Liu Shenyuan. The first time he met perfected Liu Shenyuan was 10 years ago when perfected Liu Shenyuan followed Patriarch Guotianshan and the others to the rocky cave abode through the teleportation array. At that time, Lu Ping and Guotianshan, Laozu, and the rest decided to establish Yingshan Immortal Academy. They introduced Du Jialuo to enlightened Liu Shenyuan as the first official disciple of Yingshan Immortal Academy. It was also then that Du Jialuo met enlightened Liu Shenyuan for the first time. At that time, Lu Ping didn't introduce Du Jialuo too much to enlightened Liu Shenyuan. He only said that Du Jialuo was a mortal disciple that he unintentionally saved from the hands of the Ying He sect cultivators. Enlightened Liu Shenyuan didn't know that Du Jialuo had been consuming spirit fruits since he was young. In fact, during these 10 years, Du Jialuo did not receive any special treatment in Yingshan Immortal Academy. Otherwise, he would not have only advanced to the blood condensation realm after 10 years. Among the younger disciples who entered the academy at the same time as him, the more talented ones had already advanced to the blood condensation realm after 7 or 8 years of cultivation. One had to know that after Yingshan Immortal Academy was established, it spared no effort in nurturing its disciples because it urgently needed to establish a foothold in the Yingshan mountain range. In addition, Zhenling's development over the past few years, the treatment of its disciples had long surpassed that of Lu Ping's time in Zhenlingside Courtyard. Yingshan Immortal Academy was completely comparable to Zhenlingside Courtyard, and its treatment was even better. Not to mention, great ancestor Guotianshan and the others had also plundered a lot of cultivation resources from Ying He sect and Yingshan sect's ruins. They also moved some of the spirit gathering places, spirit veins, and spirit mines to Yingshan Immortal Courtyard and sent their disciples to manage the place. In a short period of time, Yingshan Immortal Courtyard had an abundance of cultivation resources. Hence, many talented disciples took far less time to break through to the blood condensation realm than Lu Ping and the others did in Zhenlingside Hall. After Du Jialuo met enlightened Liu Shenyuan, enlightened Liu didn't say much. He only instructed Du Jialuo to go to the back mountain. Du Jialuo understood. Below the cliff of Yingshan Immortal Academy's back mountain was the surging Ying River. And beside the Ying River, there was a secret immortal cave. Adept Liu clearly wanted Du Jialuo to go there. Just as Du Jialuo left the True Spirit Hall, he saw a thin, sloppily dressed mid-stage blood condensation cultivator in his 20s hurrying towards him. As he was passing by Du Jialuo, the cultivator raised his head to look at Du Jialuo. Du Jialuo could sense the aura emanating from the cultivator, which far surpassed his own cultivation base. Knowing that the cultivator was either an immortal master or an outer disciple, Du Jialuo politely smiled at the cultivator. At the same time, he noticed the pair of spirited eyes on the cultivator's face. The young man seemed to be in a hurry as he hurried into the True Spirit Hall. Clearly, he did not notice Du Jialuo greeting him. Du Jialuo did not mind as he walked towards the back of the mountain. In the True Spirit Hall, Tianyu bowed towards enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan. "Greetings, Martial Uncle." Enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan seemed to have guessed Tianyu's intention. However, he still smiled and asked, "Martial Nephew Tian, I heard that you can already concoct late-stage blood condensation pills. It seems like the title of our sect's first pill refinement master will fall on you." Although Tianyu was only a late-stage blood condensation 4th-generation disciple, he was one of the best pill refinement masters among Zhenling's 4th-generation disciples. It was highly possible that he would become Zhenling's pill refinement master or even pill refinement grandmaster in the future. Hence, enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan took good care of disciples with such potential. Otherwise, with Tianyu's blood condensation cultivation, how could he enter the True Spirit Hall as he pleased? Tianyu smiled humbly. Then, his expression turned anxious as he asked, "Martial Uncle, I heard from Martial Uncle Shen Fang that our sect's Grandmaster Shen Ping has come to the Immortal Academy. Is this true? This disciple is eager to meet Grandmaster Shen Ping." Tian Yu was in the Pill Pavilion, but he had never accepted a master. Although Great Master Shen Fang was taking care of him and his talent in pill refinement was outstanding, none of the second and third generation pill refinement masters in the Pill Pavilion took the initiative to accept Tian Yu as a disciple. To enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan, this matter was very strange. Enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan had heard some rumors about Tian Yu. One of them was that Tian Yu wanted to become the disciple of one of the sect's 3 pill refinement grandmasters, Enlightened Master Lu Shenping. He looked down on the other pill refinement masters in the Pill Pavilion. Hence, no one in the Pill Pavilion was willing to accept him as a disciple. However, from Enlightened Master Liu Xuanyuan's point of view, looking down on the other pill refinement masters in the Pill Pavilion was fake. Otherwise, Great Master Shen Fang wouldn't have favored him so much. However, it was very likely that this kid wanted to become Lu Xuanping's disciple. On the back mountain, Du Jialuo walked through a forest and saw a little girl about 10 years old standing on a patch of grass that was half the height of a person. She had a peach blossom on her head. She was standing on the grass and directing the plants around her. They were swaying and dancing to the rhythm of her singing. Du Jialuo was stunned when he saw the little girl, especially when he saw that the spirit herbs, spirit trees, and even ordinary flowers and trees were swaying to the rhythm of the little girl's singing. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. He had learned a lot about the world of cultivation, and knew that if a human cultivator couldn't control such a large area of plant and vegetation magic at such a young age, then this little girl in front of him was most likely a demon. Du Jialuo knew that Lu Ping had a few spirit pets under him, but he had clearly not seen the little girl in front of him. Du Jialuo thought about it and decided not to complicate matters. Hence, he planned to go around the side and find a way to go down the cliff at the back of the mountain. However, just as Du Jialuo was about to leave through a small path on the side, the flowers and plants on both sides of the path suddenly moved towards the center. In an instant, the entire path was covered tightly. There was no place for him to step on at all. This time, Du Jialuo knew that the other party was clearly coming for him. As such, he did not panic. Instead, he stepped forward politely and said, "Disciple Du Jialuo has come to see Elder Shen Ping on the orders of Spiritual Master Liu Shenyuan. Please report on my behalf." When the little girl saw Du Jialuo's serious expression, she immediately giggled. As she laughed, the surrounding flowers and plants began to sway as well. It was as if they were laughing at Du Jialuo. No matter how mature Du Jialuo was, he could not help but blush in such a situation. Just at this moment, another lovely laugh rang out. When Du Jialuo raised his head to look, he saw a beautiful green and red bird standing on a spirit tree not far away. The laughter from before had come from the mouth of this bird. When Du Jialuo saw this bird, he was happy instead of shocked. He hurriedly said, "Is this Senior Lu Qino? Junior Du Jialuo has come to see Elder Shen Ping." The little bird on the tree was the blue phoenix, Lu Qino. She was now at the peak of the 5th layer of the core forging realm. Back when Du Jialuo was cultivating in the cave, he had been teased by this Senior Lu Qino. Du Jialuo did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly greeted her from afar. Lu Qino flapped her wings and glided over from the spirit tree. She circled above Du Jialuo's head twice but ignored him. Instead, she said to the little girl standing on the grass, "Little sister Peach Blossom, this brat is someone Big Brother wants to see. Little sister, please let him pass." 10 years ago, this brat was still cultivating with Big Brother. Later on, just a few days before little sister transformed, this brat left. So little sister, you do not know him. Lu Qino was the little girl who had transformed from the spirit demon Peach Tree 10 years ago. In these 10 years, the little girl had been using the grass and trees in the back mountain of Yingshan Immortal Academy to monitor this region. In this region, without the little girl's permission, very few people could enter the back mountain and disturb Lu Ping's cultivation. Moreover, even if an expert tried to sneak in, it would be very difficult to avoid the little girl's eyes and ears. The little girl's talent was not something Samling, Lu Qina, and the others could compare to. Even Lu Ping was rather amazed when he learned of this. She could control flowers and trees, and with her eyes and ears, even Lu Ping felt that it would be very difficult to avoid the little girl's detection within a certain range. The little girl nodded when she heard Lu Qina's words. A cheerful tune sounded from her mouth, like the sound of a breeze brushing past the grass and trees. The path that had been covered by the grass reappeared in front of Du Jialuo's eyes. Moreover, Du Jialuo discovered that this path led in a different direction. Du Jialuo turned around to thank the little girl in front of him, and then walked towards the back mountain along the path that had just appeared. Lu Qina's wings flapped, and her figure immediately disappeared into the clouds. At this time, Du Jialuo already believed a rumor that had been circulating in Immortal Academy. It was said that Immortal Academy's medicine-gathering disciples would often encounter a ghostly wall after accidentally entering Immortal Academy's back mountain's forbidden area. They would be trapped inside for several days, and only when they were on their last breaths were they rescued by Immortal Academy's true masters. As time passed, Immortal Academy's disciples became more and more respectful towards the back mountain's forbidden area. No one else entered the back mountain because of medicine gathering. Originally, Immortal Academy's disciples all thought that Immortal Academy's true masters were purposely punishing the disciples who entered the back mountain, but now, it seemed like it wasn't Immortal Academy's true masters who took action at all. It was most likely this little girl who had trapped them inside. Du Jialuo then thought back to the years before Immortal Academy was established. At that time, Immortal Academy's protective formation hadn't been completely established, and experts would often sneak into Immortal Academy to plot against them. However, each time they tried to sneak in, they would be discovered, and then attacked by Immortal Academy's experts. Now, it seemed like this Peach Blossom Fairy's contribution as well. At the bottom of the cliff at the back of the mountain, waves of the surging Ying River were constantly crashing against the cliffs on both sides of the river, making kai-kai sounds. In the sky above the cliff, a black shadow gradually grew bigger. When it got closer, one would find out that it was a huge blue phoenix. The green Luan released a clear cry, and then its giant body glided along the surface of Abundant River. A figure leapt off the green Luan's back, jumping into Abundant River. Du Jialuo formed a water-repelling art, diving 7 or 8 zhong into the river along the cliff. He could vaguely see an enormous rock cave. Du Jialuo hurriedly walked into the cave. When he passed through the cave and emerged from the water surface, he saw a familiar figure currently looking at him with a smile. Du Jialuo's face lit up, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "Martial Uncle Dabao, long time no see. You've gotten fatter and fatter." Chapter 698. What was Lu Ping's greatest gain in the Ying Tian Dojo? It wasn't the Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure, the Linglong wine cauldron, nor was it the heaven-ranked upper-grade Thunder Tribulation water. Furthermore, it wasn't the large number of Ying Tian faction's legacy manuals, which included several complete sets of legacy manuals, as well as the 2 sets of legacy manuals that Zhenling had obtained that led directly to the quintessential path. However, in reality, Lu Ping had obtained 3 sets of Ying Tian faction's legacy manuals. 2 of them were brought back by Jiang Tianlin Laozu, while the one that he had obtained was included in Lu Ping's greatest gain in the Ying Tian Dojo. That was the legacy of Ying Tian faction's Fei Tian Laozu, who had achieved the pure Yang Dharma and was only 1 step away from becoming a quintessential soul. Fei Tian Laozu's legacy was not only the pure Yang soul, but also everything that Fei Tian Laozu had seen and heard throughout his life in the cultivation world. Furthermore, it was the Ying Tian faction's agile ape moving mountain technique that Fei Tian Laozu had cultivated. Ying Tian faction's 4 great legacy techniques, other than Fei Tian Laozu's legacy which contained the agile ape moving mountain technique, there were 4 legacy manuals placed in each of the 4 directions of the Ying Tian Dojo's central grotto Heaven Hill, which also contained the agile ape moving mountain technique. Unfortunately, after Lu Ping had come out, he had obtained one of the legacy manuals, and then Jiang Tianlin Laozu had obtained another. Neither of these two manuals was the agile ape moving mountain technique. If Lu Ping's guess was correct, the other agile ape moving mountain technique should have fallen into the hands of the Blue Sea sect. Du Jialuo followed De Bao into the rocky cave. After meeting Lu Ping, he heard Lu Ping ask, "Do you know why I have summoned you here today?" Du Jialuo thought for a moment and said, "I heard from enlightened Master Liu that you are here for my cultivation technique." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Now that you've entered the blood condensation realm, according to the sect's rules, you can officially become an inner disciple and have the right to choose the sect's heritage cultivation technique. Although the Celestial Academy follows the sect's rules, other than you, the other disciples don't know that the Celestial Academy is actually the outer hall of the sect. Only those who have reached the mid and late blood condensation realm and become a core forging cultivator's direct disciple are qualified to know the sect's location." Lu Ping paused for a moment, then continued, "The reason I told you all this is to tell you not to speak too much about Zhenling sect and North Sea's cultivation world to anyone else. Even the outer disciples and guest cultivators of Immortal Academy are not allowed to mention half a word about it." Du Jialuo's heart trembled and he said, "These disciples are spared." Lu Ping saw Du Jialuo's solemn expression and knew that he had memorized his words. He asked again, "You've been cultivating for 10 years, so I'm sure you're quite knowledgeable. How much do you know about Ying Tian sect?" Du Jialuo did not know why Lu Ping would ask such a question, but he still told Lu Ping everything he knew about Ying Tian sect. Lu Ping listened quietly to Du Jialuo's explanation. Then, he smiled and said, "Looks like you haven't been focusing solely on cultivation for the past 10 years. That's good. As a cultivator, it's important to explore the world and experience the ways of the world. Blindly cultivating will only limit a cultivator's horizons and ultimately hinder their progress in cultivation." Du Jialuo nodded. Du Jialuo hurriedly nodded in agreement, but he heard Lu Ping continue, "Ying Tian sect used to be a large and famous sect in the world of cultivation. Even our sect today cannot compare to it. Although Ying Tian sect has been destroyed, the sect's inheritance cannot be lost." Lu Ping looked at Du Jialuo's thoughtful expression and knew that Du Jialuo had already guessed the cultivation technique he was going to impart to him. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "I'm sure you've guessed it as well. The cultivation technique I'm going to impart to you is indeed the Ying Tian sect's heritage cultivation technique. Although our sect has been around for tens of thousands of years, there are very few earth elemental cultivation techniques in our sect. There are only 2 or 3 that can be cultivated up to the avatar realm, but strictly speaking, heritage cultivation techniques not only depend on the cultivator's bloodline attribute, but also their bloodline attribute. Hence, the cultivation technique that we're going to impart to you might not have enough potential." Du Jialuo nodded and said, "I will leave everything to you, Uncle Master." Lu Ping grunted and said, "The technique I am going to teach you was entrusted by a senior of the Ying Tian sect to find a successor. I promised that although Ying Tian sect has been destroyed, the inheritance of Ying Tian sect will continue in Zhenling. I didn't expect that after you advanced to the blood condensation realm, the foundation bloodline you awakened would be compatible with this senior's cultivation technique. That's why I told enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan that I want to pass this cultivation technique to you. This cultivation technique was created by a great expert of the Ying Tian sect in the past. It's not something to be underestimated. I hope that you can cultivate it diligently and not let this inherited cultivation technique go to waste." Du Jialuo was a quick-witted person. Who was Lu Ping? He was a famous sword deity of Zhenling and a mysterious elder of the Celestial Academy. Normally, he would not pay attention to minor repairs like Du Jialuo. However, from what Lu Ping had said, it was obvious that Du Jialuo had always been under Lu Ping's attention. Furthermore, Du Jialuo was able to get a cultivation technique from Lu Ping. Although Du Jialuo's cultivation was low and his knowledge was shallow, he knew that this was a rare opportunity for him. When Lu Ping saw that Du Jialuo understood what he meant, he said, "Relax your mind. I will teach you this technique." As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, his powerful divine sense instantly squeezed Du Jialuo to the point where he found it difficult to breathe. At this time, Lu Ping's divine sense had increased significantly after he entered the core forging realm. It was even comparable to Jiang Tianlin's and Laozu's divine sense. How could Du Jialuo, who had just entered the blood condensation realm, withstand the full force of his divine sense? Fortunately, after a moment of panic, Du Jialuo knew that Lu Ping wouldn't and didn't need to do anything to him. So, he opened his mind and released his divine sense, which was born after he entered the blood condensation realm. Immediately, he felt a mysterious thought exploding in his mind. It was as if thousands of brushes were splashing ink on a large piece of paper. In just a few moments, countless beautiful writings were imprinted in his mind. In the face of such a huge inheritance, Du Jialuo's newly born divine sense was like a fish that had fallen into the ocean. In an instant, he was lost in the world of cultivation. He could not find his way back to reality. After Lu Ping taught Du Jialuo the cultivation method before the avatar realm that the Fei Tian ancestor had left for him, he noticed that Du Jialuo was still absorbing the huge amount of information and couldn't wake up at all. Lu Ping smiled and closed his eyes to meditate on the stone platform. After an unknown amount of time, Du Jialuo finally recovered from the huge inheritance. His face was filled with excitement and shock. He hurriedly bowed to Lu Ping. "Thank you, Uncle Master, for teaching me the cultivation method. You don't have to do this. The cultivation method I taught you is not complete. This is also due to the sect's rules. Only when you enter the late blood condensation realm and become a disciple of a core forging realm cultivator will you be able to receive the complete inheritance." Du Jialuo's expression darkened slightly. However, he quickly gathered his courage and said, "I wonder if I can become a disciple of Uncle Master. This disciple was taken in by Martial Uncle in the beginning, and only then did I have the chance to activate my own bloodline, enter this sect, enter Immortal Academy to cultivate. The accomplishments this disciple has today are all thanks to Martial Uncle. I must ask Martial Uncle to take me in. This disciple will definitely diligently cultivate, won't make Martial Uncle lose face." Lu Ping snorted coldly. Achievements. You've only just entered the blood condensation realm and you're saying that you have achievements. What a joke. Although our sect's disciples have the qualifications to become true disciples under our sect's core forging realm cultivators after advancing to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, the truth is that 80% to 90% of these disciples can only become in-name disciples. Very few of them can become true disciples. You're still too far away from becoming a true disciple. Du Jialuo hurriedly said, "Uncle Master is right. I was too ambitious. I will definitely remember Uncle Master's words and cultivate diligently. When I reach the mid-blood condensation realm, I will come and pay my respects to Uncle Master." Lu Ping did not comment on Du Jialuo's words. Instead, he said, "The cultivation technique you're cultivating is very important. It's one of the few inherited techniques of the Ying Tian sect. Although you have my protection, it's easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. It's better not to reveal it to anyone. If anyone asks, just give them an earth attribute cultivation technique of the Ying Tian sect." Seeing that Du Jialuo still had more questions to ask, Lu Ping said, "All right, after a while, go and see enlightened Master Liu Shenyuan. Ask him to bring you to the Celestial Academy's scripture pavilion. Pick one of the cultivation techniques there and use it as a cover." Du Jialuo was brought to the top of the cliff by Lu Qiner. From afar, he saw the skinny cultivator he saw at the entrance of the True Spirit Hall standing outside the spiritual herb garden. He seemed to have been blocked by the Peach Blossom Fairy and was walking around in a forest. The cultivator seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He shouted, "Disciple Tian Yu wishes to pay his respects to Uncle Master Shenping. Please let me out, Senior." The cultivator shouted several times in a row but received no response. Instead, his expression calmed down and he sat down cross-legged to meditate. Every once in a while, he would get up and shout again, requesting to see Daoist Master Shenping. Du Jialuo turned his head and looked at Lu Qiner, who brought him up. Lu Qiner smiled and said, "Oh, so this kid is here too. He actually knows that Big Brother is in closed-door cultivation here. This kid was also someone that Big Brother thought highly of in the past. Let me help him inform Big Brother. But seeing that he was so reckless and fell into little sister Peachblossom's trap, let him learn a lesson. Du Jaluor turned his head and pretended that he didn't hear anything just now. After leaving the forest, Du Jaluor didn't see the Peach Blossom fairy-like little girl again. However, he saw the cultivator called Tian Yu who was trapped next to her. Obviously, the little girl was nearby. It was just that Du Jaluor couldn't find her with his cultivation. Chapter 699. Ever since Water Sword Immortal Lu Shenping became famous, countless disciples in the North Sea, especially in Zhenling, wanted to join Soundwave Manor. However, spiritual master Lu Shenping was a mysterious existence in Zhenling. Even some of his close friends and elders who wanted to introduce disciples to him were unable to do so. When Tian Yu found out from Master Shen Fang that spiritual master Lu Shenping was in Immortal Academy and that the elder who had always been in seclusion was very likely to be spiritual master Lu Shenping, Tian Yu immediately rushed to the True Spirit Hall to visit spiritual master Liu Shenyuan. He wanted to get some pointers from spiritual master Liu and then pay his respects to spiritual master Lu Shenping. Tian Yu was slightly looking forward to it. He knew that he and Wang Qi were the rare fourth-generation disciples who received pointers from spiritual master Lu Shenping. Putting aside Wang Qi, Tian Yu could tell Sage Xuanping's status in the Pill Pavilion from the time he entered the Pill Pavilion with the token that Sage Shenping had bestowed upon him. The proud and arrogant Pill Refinement Masters and even Pill Refinement Masters in the Pill Pavilion were shocked when they saw the token in his hand and looked at him with a strange gaze. Tian Yu could tell Sage Xuanping's status in the Pill Pavilion. As expected, Tian Yu gained a lot in the following years in the Pill Pavilion. Whenever he encountered bottlenecks or difficulties, there would always be senior cultivators from the Pill Pavilion who would step forward to give him pointers. Almost all of his requests would be answered. Among the senior cultivators, the Pill Refinement Grandmaster Sage Shen Fang was the one who helped him the most. Especially in the 2 years before he came to Yingshan Immortal Academy, Tian Yu could feel that the senior cultivators in the Pill Pavilion seemed to be more respectful towards him. However, Tian Yu was not stupid. He knew that the senior cultivators in the Pill Pavilion probably treated him well because of the token in his hand. As expected, a piece of exciting news spread in the Pill Pavilion. After the sect's spiritual master Lu Shenping advanced to the late stage of core forging, his pill refinement skills also improved by leaps and bounds. He had already become the sect's third pill refinement master. No wonder, Tian Yu had just stood up and was about to call out to pay his respects to spiritual master Lu Shenping again when he saw the dense forest in front of him suddenly collapse to the sides, as if some giant hand was rushing towards him. Even though Tian Yu knew that this was Immortal Academy's rear mountain, that there wouldn't be much danger, at this moment, his heart still couldn't help but pound crazily. Even though his expression remained calm with difficulty, his tightly clenched fists were about to release sweat. A gigantic sea turtle suddenly appeared in front of Tian Yu. As the gigantic sea turtle crawled over, the trees on both sides that were hundreds of feet tall were crushed into pieces. Tian Yu raised his head to look at the giant tortoise that was as large as a mountain. His heart was filled with fear, and his face had already turned pale. However, Tian Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that Sage Shenping had a black tortoise as his spiritual pet. He had seen this black tortoise when Huangli Island was attacked by the demon clan. However, he didn't know when this black tortoise had grown to such a large size. Could it be that Sage Shenping had subdued a Dharma stage black tortoise? This thought flashed past Tian Yu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. When he first met Shen Ling, it was only a blood condensation realm beast. Now, only a few years had passed. Could it be that this black tortoise had already grown to the Dharma realm? At this moment, he suddenly heard the black tortoise say, "Peach Blossom Girl, please put away the illusory array. Master has something to tell this kid." Tian Yu's heart skipped a beat. So it was an illusory array. No wonder the disciples of Immortal Academy said that they had encountered a ghostly wall when they mistakenly entered the forbidden area. Although there were many trees on the rear mountain, they were far from forming a forest. How could there be a ghostly wall? Now, Tian Yu finally understood that those disciples were trapped in an illusory realm. That was why he felt like he was surrounded by a forest that was hundreds of feet tall. As soon as the black tortoise's voice fell, Tian Yu felt as if he had suddenly become taller and taller. The black tortoise in front of him, which was like a mountain that pressed down on him, was constantly lowering and shrinking at the same time. Tian Yu was surprised. Only then did he realize that the trees around him, which seemed to be hundreds of feet tall, were actually flowers and plants that were more than 2 feet tall on the ground. Although the huge black tortoise was shrinking, it was still 30 feet long and half a foot tall. Tian Yu instinctively looked around. He could vaguely make out the silhouette of a little girl flashing through the forest before disappearing. When he turned to look at the black tortoise again, he saw that the black tortoise's body had transformed and a beefy and honest-looking young cultivator appeared before Tian Yu. Tian Yu didn't dare to neglect him. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, senior. Are you immortal Dagui?" Dagui nodded with a smile, took out 3 jade slips, and handed them to Tian Yu. Although Tian Yu was puzzled, he hurriedly took them with both hands and looked at Lu Dagui with a puzzled look. Lu Dagui touched his head and said, "Master said that you don't have to greet him first. However, Master asked me to give you these 3 jade slips with the pill recipes. He said that if you can successfully refine these 3 pills before you advance to the core forging stage, you can become a disciple of Hearing Wave Mansion." After hearing this, Tian Yu's hands trembled, and he almost threw the 3 jade slips to the ground. For so many years, although Tian Yu had always been taken care of by Immortal Shenping had never accepted a disciple. Even if Tian Yu thought that he and Wang Qi were the most likely candidates among Zhenling to become disciples of Hearing Wave Mansion, the wait was too long. It was so long that Tian Yu didn't really believe that he was qualified to become a disciple of Immortal Shenping. Now that Immortal Dagui had finally given him a promise from Immortal Shenping, Immortal Tian Yu was immediately overjoyed. At this moment, Tian Yu suddenly felt that all his persistence over the years, all the jealousy, ridicule, disdain, coldness, and slander he had faced in the Pill Pavilion all these years, had turned into nothing at this moment. All of this was worth it. Tian Yu shouted excitedly in his heart. Dagui looked at the excited young man in front of him. When he first saw him on Huangli Island, he was still a timid minor repairs cultivator who was interested in cultivating spiritual herbs and refining pills. Now, he had won the favor of Master and had the opportunity to become a disciple of Master. Even Dagui felt a little envious. However, Dagui also knew that as Lu Ping's spiritual pet, Dagui was the same as other spiritual pets. He wasn't restricted by any secret techniques like divine sense shackles. Moreover, Dagui's current cultivation achievements were inseparable from Lu Ping's meticulous planning. From this point of view, although Lu Dagui and the others were spiritual pets, they were actually no different from Lu Ping's disciples. Tian Yu couldn't wait to use his divine sense to explore the contents of the jade slips. However, after seeing the specific contents of the 3 pill recipes, Tian Yu's expression suddenly changed. Essence Expanding Pill, Meridian Strengthening Pill, and Pure Blood Pill. These 3 pills were one of the best half-step core forging pills in the Pill Pavilion of Zhenling. For late blood condensation cultivators, these 3 pills could increase their chances of advancing to the core forging realm by 30%. They were the 3 best pills for blood condensation cultivators to strengthen their foundation and prepare for advancing to the core forging realm. Tian Yu had been practicing alchemy in the Pill Pavilion for many years. Naturally, he had heard of these 3 pills. However, according to the people in the Pill Pavilion, only enlightened Master Shen Ping knew the pill recipes for these 3 pills. It seemed that enlightened Master Shen Ping had obtained these 3 pills from the East Sea Alchemist Conference as a reward for his superb alchemy skills. Tian Yu didn't expect that enlightened Master Shen Ping would pass on such a precious pill recipe to him. At the same time, his heart sank. These 3 pills were not easy to concoct. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were the 3 most difficult pills to concoct in the blood condensation realm. No wonder enlightened Master Shen Ping said that as long as he could successfully concoct these 3 pills before advancing to the core forging realm, he would accept him as his disciple. In the rocky cave, Lu Ping, who was meditating, opened his eyes and saw the void 2 feet in front of him suddenly rippling like water. Lu Ping stared intently at the void and saw a sword suddenly appear from the rippling void. Then, the void returned to its original calmness. Lu Ping took the magic sword and scanned it with his divine sense. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He whispered, "Chonghe Laozu? That's an acquaintance. I was going out for a walk, but now it's on the way." Several hundred miles southeast of Yingshan Immortal Academy, 3 outer sect core forging realm guest chamberlains were facing off against 2 late core forging realm cultivators. Behind these guest chamberlains were several blood refining and blood condensation realm disciples lying on the ground. Clearly, they were all heavily injured. This is Yingshan Immortal Academy's territory. Aren't you afraid of being punished by our sect for wantonly injuring our disciples? A 6th layer core forging realm guest elder, who was clearly the leader, questioned the 2 late core forging realm cultivators in a stern voice. However, the other side had 2 late core forging realm cultivators. One was at the 7th layer core forging realm, while the other was at the 8th layer core forging realm. Their strength far surpassed the 3 mid-stage core forging realm cultivators from Yingshan Immortal Academy. Thus, this guest elder's tone was a bit fierce. Yingshan Immortal Academy? What a joke! Since when did Yingshan Mountain Range have such a sect? We only know that there were only 3 sects in Yingshan: Yinghe, Dao Universe, and Yingshan. Now, Dao Universe sect and Yingshan sect have merged to form the Mountain Universe sect. The sect master is Yusheng Laozu, and our Long River Laozu has also returned to Yingshan Mountain Range. This place was originally within the Yinghe sect's territory. We are merely stopping you from entering our sect's territory. This Yingshan mountain range is still under the control of our 3 sects. The 6th layer core forging realm guest elder sneered and said, "Long River Laozu? Why don't you say Yinghe sect?" Right now, every cultivator near the northern ice plains knows that Long River Laozu has already joined the Jiyu family. Because of this, they did nothing when Yingshan sect's 5 blessings Laozu fell into the Azura's encirclement. In the end, it led to 5 blessings Laozu's death. This also caused the remaining disciples of Yingshan sect to follow Yusheng Laozu into the Dao Universe sect and re-establish the Mountain Universe sect. Since Long River Laozu has already become an elder of the Jiyu family, he naturally cannot be considered the sect master of the Yinghe sect. In that case, this spiritual herb garden naturally does not belong to your Jiyu family. Chapter 700. The guest chamberlain's words seemed to have hit the sore spot of the 2 late-stage core forging sect disciples. After the Yingshan mountain range was ravaged by the Shura and Xiomor cultivators, the 3 sects' Dao sites were all destroyed. They followed Long River Laozu and abandoned the Yingshan sect's 4,000 years of inheritance to join the Jiyu clan, becoming the Jiyu clan's outer sect. What they hated the most was outsiders saying that they had forgotten their roots. This time, Long River Laozu had returned to the Yingshan mountain range as a representative of the Jiyu clan to expand their territory. However, they discovered that all sorts of factions had sprung up in the mountain range. Among them, the Yingshan Immortal Academy was developing the fastest. It was even rumored that the academy had Fa Xiong Laozu overseeing it. This time, the 2 of them had come with the intention of testing the waters. They wanted to see how strong the Yingshan Immortal Academy was. They had reinforcements supporting them. Even if the Yingshan Immortal Academy really had a Dharma characteristic ancestor, they would not be afraid. However, after the 2 of them casually found an excuse to injure a few herb-gathering disciples from the Yingshan Immortal Academy, they did not see any high-level cultivators from the Yingshan Immortal Academy. Instead, a few outer sect chamberlains rushed over and pointed out their past. Moreover, among the 3 cultivators in front of them, the highest cultivation was only at the 6th stage of core forging. The other two had just advanced to the 4th stage of core forging. This made the two of them feel as if their dignity as late-stage core forging experts had been greatly insulted. The 7th stage core forging cultivator attacked first, using a Dao technique to attack the 3 people. This was the technique he was proud of, and it was most suited for group battles. In his opinion, he could deal with the 3 core forging guest chamberlains from the Yingshan Immortal Academy by himself. The leading guest chamberlain from the Yingshan Immortal Academy saw that his opponent was going to kill them the moment he attacked. His expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly joined forces with the other 2 guest chamberlains to defend. However, all 3 of them were loose cultivators. Being able to increase their cultivation to this level was already their limit. How much time and energy did they have to cultivate offensive techniques? This was the sorrow of individual cultivators. Perhaps they had spent far more time and energy than the disciples of the sects to increase their cultivation to the same level, but they did not have powerful killing and defensive skills. Compared to the disciples of the sects of the same level who had the inheritance of the system, their strength was a notch lower for no reason. This was also the reason why the 3 of them were willing to join the Yingshan Immortal Academy. If they wanted to improve further and obtain a more systematic inheritance, they could only join a sect. However, how could the large sects think highly of them and trust them? Hence, they could only find some sects that were weaker but had a complete inheritance and had the potential to develop. They hoped that they could obtain an important inheritance that could allow them to improve further. 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and the 2 guests who had just advanced to the mid-core forging stage immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground far away. The 6th layer guest flew back several feet in the air before he managed to stabilize his body. However, his complexion was already pale. It was obvious that even though this attack didn't injure him, it had consumed a lot of his true essence. "H, you dare to speak so arrogantly with just this level of strength? Since that's the case, the 3 of you can die." The 7th stage core forging cultivator from the Surplus River sect took a few steps forward and once again arrived in front of the 3 guest chamberlains. He pressed his right palm down slightly and an oppressive pressure appeared in the air. The 3 guest chamberlains felt the pressure on their chests increase greatly. In just a moment, the 3 of them would probably suffocate to death. At this moment, the 6th stage core forging guest chamberlain gritted his teeth. His body suddenly leaped up under the immense pressure. When he landed, he was already in front of the unconscious disciples from the Immortal Academy. He used a defensive treasure to protect them from the other party's divine ability. Meanwhile, his mouth and nose were bleeding from the other party's divine ability. The other 2 guest chamberlains from the Immortal Academy had already fainted. At this moment, he could no longer care about his 2 companions. You still remember to work for the Yingshan Immortal Academy even when you're about to die. How many benefits has the Immortal Academy given you? It's rare to find a weirdo like you among rogue cultivators. Since you're willing to be a trustworthy person, I'll fulfill your wish. A ball of scarlet bloodlight suddenly appeared in the other party's palm. It whistled through the air towards the guest chamberlain's chest. At this moment, the guest chamberlain had already been completely suppressed by the other party's divine ability. It was already extremely difficult for him to dodge. Moreover, there were still a few herb-gathering disciples from the Immortal Academy behind him. These were all late-stage blood-refining disciples and those who had just entered the blood condensation realm. Amidst the loud bang, the guest chamberlain who originally thought that he was going to die opened his eyes in shock. He saw that there was an illusory forest in front of him that completely blocked the ball of bloodlight. Myriad Wood Forest. Is Elder Shentian here? The guest chamberlain ignored his injuries and shouted in surprise. He had made the right bet this time. If he didn't die, he would definitely be able to gain the trust of the higher-ups from the Immortal Academy. If he could receive help from the Immortal Academy and make up for his cultivation method, he might be able to break through the shackles of the mid-core forging realm and advance to the late-core forging realm. As for the materialization realm, he didn't dare to think about it. When the 7th level core forging cultivator saw that the innate divine ability he had just cultivated after advancing to the late core forging realm was so easily blocked, his expression changed. When he looked up, he saw a cultivator in his 30s riding a streak of light that landed in front of the heavily injured guest chamberlain. "You're Yingshan Immortal Academy's Shen Tian? I heard that you've recently become quite famous in the Yingshan mountain range. Even an 8th level core forging cultivator is no match for you." The 7th layer core forging cultivator glanced back at his comrade and asked with a serious expression. Master Shen Tian also looked back at the 8th level core forging cultivator and handed a bottle of pills to the guest chamberlain who was struggling to get up from the ground. He said, "If it weren't for fellow Daoist Li and the other 2 fellow Taoists risking their lives, my sect's disciples would have met with misfortune. This bottle of pills is one of the best healing pills from the Immortal Academy. Fellow Daoist should first take it to stabilize your injuries and then save the other 2 fellow Taoists." Guest Li smiled bitterly. "I'm ashamed. The 3 of us are too weak. If it weren't for Elder Xuantian's timely arrival, I fear the 3 of us would have fallen as well." When the 7th level core forging cultivator saw that Master Shen Tian treated him as if he didn't exist, he immediately became furious. Although he had some understanding of Master Shen Tian's strength, when he saw that Master Shen Tian was only at the 7th level of core forging like him, he thought to himself, "No matter how strong you are, how much stronger can you be?" Thus, he didn't say anything to his companions behind him and took the initiative to condense a ball of bloody light that shot towards Master Shen Tian. Daoist Master Shen Tian abruptly turned his head and 12 log thorns shot out from the ground, stabbing towards the cultivators who were caught off guard. At some unknown time, Master Shen Tian had already set up a trap on the ground, as if he had already predicted that the other party would attack. The moment the 7th level core forging cultivator made his move, the 8th level core forging cultivator behind him felt his heart skip a beat. He shouted, "Junior Marshal Brother Wang, be careful." His figure flickered, wanting to rush forward to help. However, at this time, Daoist Master Shen Tian had already launched an attack. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, who was at the 7th layer of core forging, tried his best to dodge and at the same time retracted his innate magical ability to block the log thorns shooting from different directions. Master Shen Tian had been a 6th level core forging cultivator for nearly 100 years. After he found a suitable high-grade Earthstep spirit item to advance to the late core forging stage, it was finally time for his accumulation to explode. Daoist Master Shen Tian was also a 7th layer core forging cultivator. Daoist Master Xuantian's 12 life essence magic treasures, log thorns, attacked together. Daoist Master Shen Tian was only able to block 3 thorns, and then he tried his best to avoid the other 4. Immediately after, the 8th layer core forging cultivator behind him summoned his magic treasure to help him block 3 thorns. However, the remaining 2 thorns pierced through his shoulder and left a hole in his thigh. In an instant, the situation reversed. Master Shen Tian had severely injured a cultivator with a similar cultivation level as him. The 8th level core forging cultivator behind him was shocked and angry. He shouted, "Scoundrel, you dare?" Following the cultivator's roar, a pair of wing-like magic treasures slashed towards Daoist Shen Tian. Junior Marshal Brother Wang fell to the ground. He flicked his fingers on his body to stop the bleeding. He raised his head to look at Daoist Master Shen Tian, who was fighting with the 8th stage core forging cultivator. Senior Marshal Brother Jianming, this person must die. After saying that, he said to enlightened Shen Tian, "Did you think that we came here today just to provoke you? We already predicted that you, Shen Tian, would definitely appear. It's a pity that although Yingshan Immortal Academy's reputation is not small, they only have a late-stage core forging cultivator to put out the fire. Today will be the day you die." Master Shen Tian was shocked. This was a trap to kill him. Then, he saw Junior Marshal Brother Wang take out a talisman-like object and raise it into the sky. Although Master Shen Tian wanted to stop him, Master Jianming suddenly exerted force and firmly entangled him. Master Shen Tian reckoned that he might not lose to this 8th level core forging cultivator in a one-on-one fight, but he wouldn't be able to defeat him in a short time. At this moment, The talisman in the sky suddenly broke apart, turning into 3 dark green threads that shot in different directions. Then, 3 long whistles sounded. 3 auras that far surpassed Master Shen Tian's came from 3 different directions, clearly forming an encirclement towards Master Shen Tian. Master Shen Tian's 12 wooden thorns turned into 2, 2 into 4, instantly filling the sky with wooden thorns that shot towards Master Jian Ming. Master Jian Ming sneered. He was about to dodge the attack from the front and block it from the other side, but he saw many wooden thorns change direction and shoot towards Junior Martial Brother Wang behind him. Master Jian Ming roared angrily. He had no choice but to turn around to protect Junior Martial Brother Wang, who couldn't move easily. Master Shen Tian took advantage of the gap between Master Jian Ming's attack and turned to guest Elder Li in the distance. Take the disciples and the other 2 guests and leave this place. The other side's reinforcements will arrive soon. I'll cover your retreat. Guest Elder Li knew that if they stayed, they would only be a burden to Elder Shen Tian. Only if they escaped would they be able to return to Immortal Academy and call for reinforcements. You want to call for reinforcements? Junior Brother Wang said fiercely, the only person who can save you now is that Dharma adept of yours. However, do you think that we do not have the confidence to set up a trap and kill you so close to your sect? Chapter 701. 3 rays of light streaked across the sky, surrounding Daoist Shentian in the middle. Daoist Shentian and Jian Ming had already separated. Jian Ming retreated to Junior Martial Brother Wang, protecting him behind him. Seeing Junior Martial Brother Wang sneer behind Daoist Jian Ming, Daoist Shentian turned to look at the other late-stage core forging cultivators. Daoist Shentian frowned, then laughed. The Yinghe sect's dojo was destroyed and less than 10% of its disciples survived. It's impossible for 5 late-stage core forging cultivators to appear at once. 3 of you must be from the Jiyu clan. It seems that Changhe Laozu has really joined the Jiyu clan, but it seems that the Jiyu clan doesn't trust Changhe Laozu too much. Zhenren Jian Ming's face darkened. He scoffed and said, "Don't try to sow discord. The reason we set this up today is to surround and kill you. It's also to give the Dharma adepts behind you a warning. If the sects you've established leave Ying Mountain, then so be it. Otherwise, today's incident will repeat itself again and again until your adepts become a loner." Reverend Jian Ming's words caused Reverend Xuantian's expression to change. Reverend Jian Ming's words were very clear. With old ancestor Guo Tianshan's abilities, it was impossible for anything that happened here to escape his notice at such a close distance from the Ying Shan Immortal Academy. However, they still dared to openly surround him. Clearly, it was because old ancestor Guo Tianshan was being held back by someone else. When Junior Martial Brother Wang saw Daoist Xuantian's expression change, he laughed sinisterly. "Do you understand now? But it's too late." With that, he turned to the 3 people surrounding Daoist Shentian and said, "Brother Ji Yu, please help us kill this person." The 3 people silently nodded. 3 magic treasures revolved around them, forming a simple array formation that shot towards Daoist Shentian. Daoist Master Xuantian's strength could be considered top-notch among cultivators of the same level, and he could even compete with ordinary 8th-layer core forging cultivators. However, the cultivation bases of the 3 opponents were all at least 8th-layer core forging cultivators. Moreover, the auras emanating from their bodies were like billowing waves. Clearly, they were not mediocre among 8th-layer core forging cultivators. Even Daoist Master Shentian would find it difficult to deal with such a person, but now there were 3 of them. Furthermore, there was also Daoist Jian Ming, who was also at the 8th stage of core forging. Daoist Master Xuantian's heart sank bit by bit. 6 of the 12 log thorns pierced into the ground and disappeared, while the remaining 6 circled around Daoist Master Shentian to protect him. This was a dead end, but how could Shentian Zhenren be willing to give up? The leader of the 3 Jiyu clan cultivators sneered disdainfully and said, "It's just a struggle of a cornered beast." As soon as he finished speaking, A series of crisp sounds rang out. 6 log thorns suddenly pierced out from the ground, attacking the 3 separately. However, the 3 cultivators from the Jiyu family were already prepared. Although the power of Daoist Master Xuantian's 6 log thorns surprised the 3 of them, the Jiyu family cultivators were not weak. Not to mention, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Even if Daoist Master Shentian managed to seize the initiative, the 3 of them still managed to suppress him and counterattack at the same time. With just 1 strike, 3 of the remaining 6 log thorns around Daoist Master Shentian were knocked away, one of his wooden shields cracked, and his protective astral energy was on the verge of collapse. Junior brother Wang was shocked that Daoist Master Shentian was able to withstand the combined attack of the 3 Jiyu clan cultivators, but he saw that Daoist Master Shentian was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. He continued to ridicule him. Shentian, just give up. How can you be a match for the 3 Jiyu clan cultivators? If you resist stubbornly, you will die today. No one will be able to save you. Oh, what if I join in? A voice suddenly rang out nearby. The Jiyu clan cultivators, Daoist Gen Ming, and the others were surprised, but there was no trace of panic on their faces. It was obvious that the person who spoke was nearby. When they had chosen this place as the location for the trap, they had already scouted the surrounding area. Even with Dharma Power Laozu hiding nearby, they still did not discover that someone had already snuck into the area without anyone knowing. However, it was precisely because the Jiyu clan cultivators, Daoist Gen Ming, and the others knew that Laozu was nearby that they did not show any signs of fear even though they were surprised. When Daoist Master Shentian heard this person's voice, his face lit up with joy. However, when he saw the 5 late core forging adepts, the joy on his face disappeared without a trace. Especially the 3 Jiyu clan cultivators in front of him. They were clearly proficient in a combined attack technique. The power of this technique was similar to Zhenling Tian Shui and Tian Fan, the 2 mid-Dharma adepts, joining forces to defeat Laozu. It was definitely not as simple as the combined strength of 3 late core forging adepts. A young man, who looked to be about 20 years old, suddenly appeared in the sky above the battle. This time, not only were the 3 Jiyu clan cultivators, Daoist Gen Ming, and the others shocked, even Daoist Master Shentian revealed a look of surprise. If one were to say that this person was able to sneak into the battle without being discovered, then although his strength was amazing, it was only his ability to hide his tracks. But now, this person was clearly above the battle between the 2 sides. The unhindered divine techniques, the vibrations caused by the flying swords, and the danger caused by the magical weapons made it almost impossible for cultivators to hide their tracks. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Not only did this young cultivator succeed, if he did not reveal himself, it was likely that no one would be able to detect his presence. If that person did not take the initiative to speak, but instead suddenly attacked from above, then they would be caught off guard. The moment this person appeared, the 3 Jiyu clan cultivators retreated 10 feet together, expanding the encirclement once again. However, they still surrounded the person who just appeared, including Daoist Master Shentian. At the same time, they discovered that the person who just appeared was only at the 8th layer of core forging. Excluding the injured junior brother Wang, they still had 4 8th layer core forging experts on their side. As such, what was there to be afraid of? Daoist Master Shentian looked at the person above his head with a trace of astonishment. He could tell that the person who just spoke was Lu Ping. However, when this person appeared, Daoist Master Shentian saw an unfamiliar face. This was somewhat thought-provoking. Why was junior brother Lu not willing to reveal his face in front of others? The person who just appeared was Lu Ping, who had rushed over after receiving Guo Tianshan's order from Laozu. Naturally, the expression on Daoist Master Xuantian's face did not escape his eyes. He looked meaningfully at the forest not far behind junior brother Wang and the others and said, "Senior brother, I'm not too late, am I?" Daoist Master Shentian followed Lu Ping's gaze and did not see anything. However, he was a quick-witted person. Not seeing did not mean that he could not guess. Daoist Master Shentian immediately remembered what Jiang Tianlin and Laozu had told him before he came to the Central Plains. At that time, when they escaped from the Yingtian temple, they were ambushed by the Dharma adepts of the Jiyu family and the three factions of the Yingshan. Thus, it was obvious that these people had seen Lu Ping's face. At that time, the core forging adepts of the three factions who had participated in the encirclement of the North Sea adepts had all died under the surprise attack of the Xiomor and Shura adepts. Only the Dharma adepts had survived. Furthermore, Lu Ping had deliberately hidden his face. Coupled with that meaningful gaze just now, Daoist Master Xuantian's Jr. immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The other party had a Dharma adept hidden among them. Lu Ping saw a flash of shock in Daoist Master Xuantian's eyes and knew that Daoist Master Shentian had already understood what he meant. However, he smiled and said, "Senior brother, how about you let me have the three adepts of the Jiyu family?" "I have just finished my training and want to test my skills. I'll have to trouble you to deal with the two dogs of the Jiyu family." Daoist Master Shentian knew that the junior brother in front of him was stronger than him and could only be described as unfathomable. Seeing that Zhu Donghuang had taken on the strongest of the three Jiyu brothers, he was grateful. However, he also knew that he was no match for the three Jiyu brothers. Thus, he did not argue and said directly, "These three have a combined attack technique. Junior brother, be careful." The three Jiyu brothers saw that Lu Ping had appeared and was talking cheerfully, as if he did not care about the others. The leader of the three looked angry and said in a low voice, "How arrogant of you. Although the three of us can't say that we are invincible among our peers, we have never been defeated by anyone below the Dharma adept level. Today, let's see what you have up your sleeves." The three Jiyu brothers were not the only ones who were angered by Lu Ping's arrogant words. Daoist Zhen Ming and junior brother Wang were also angered by the two dogs that Lu Ping had mentioned. "You've gone too far." Daoist Zhen Ming summoned his own treasure and suddenly turned into a beam of light in the sky that shot towards Lu Ping. The beam of light fluctuated, clearly the same as junior brother Wang's blood-red light. However, Daoist Zhen Ming's spell contained a layer of mist and did not have junior brother Wang's bloody aura. It was clear that Daoist Zhen Ming's mastery of this spell was far greater than Lu Ping's. Daoist Master Xuantian's 12 wooden thorns suddenly shot out towards the beam of light in the sky. He shouted, "Your opponent is me." The two spells, with the help of their respective treasures, clashed against each other. For a moment, there was no clear victor. Daoist Zhen Ming turned to junior brother Wang and shouted, "Junior brother, lend me a hand. Let's end this quickly." After Daoist Master Xuantian's wooden thorns pierced his thigh and shoulder, junior brother Wang had been hiding outside of the battlefield. Now that he heard Daoist Zhen Ming's shout, although he was unwilling, he did not refuse. A blood-red light appeared in his hand and shot towards Daoist Master Shentian. However, compared to before, this red light was clearly much smaller. However, just as the two sides clashed, a deafening sword chime, accompanied by an unparalleled aura and a sharp killing intent, suddenly burst out from Lu Ping, who was behind Shentian Enlightened Master. Looking at the shocked faces of the Jiyu clan's three heroes, the Autumn Dew Fairy Sword that had been dormant for 4,000 years in Yingtian Dojo finally regained its divine might in Lu Ping's hands. Lu Ping let out a long laugh as he pointed at the trio and shouted, "Come and die." Chapter 702. Each of the 6 sword techniques in the North Sea Wave Listening technique was extraordinary, but Lu Ping knew that at least 3 of the 6 techniques were more suitable for the twin flying swords. Ever since Lu Ping had entered the core forging stage, he had been looking for a set of twin flying swords. However, Lu Ping's standards were so high that an ordinary pair of flying swords would not catch his eye. It was only after he had obtained the flowing sword that he began to think about obtaining the thin water sword of the Kanghai sect. However, this set of flying swords was not to be underestimated. Even if Lu Ping had obtained it, he would not be able to use it until he reached the Dharma stage. After Jiang Tianlin Laozu found out that the flowing sword was in Lu Ping's hands, he had instructed Lu Ping not to reveal the whereabouts of this flying sword in the North Sea, especially in front of the Kanghai sect cultivators. Fortunately, ancestor Jiang Tianlin had given Lu Ping the charming autumn water twin swords, as a reward. Of course, part of this was because of Lu Ping's selfishness. Although it wasn't as good as the thin water flowing sword, a pair of spirit-nurturing grade flying swords was more than enough to make Lu Ping ecstatic. No Zhenling disciple would underestimate the power of a combined attack technique. However, to fight against the Jiyu clan's 3 heroes alone, besides Lu Ping's absolute confidence in his own abilities, the most important thing was that Lu Ping wanted to fight to his heart's content. The reason was simple. With a pair of spirit cultivation grade flying swords in hand, he was itching to fight. The 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan's 3 talents combined attack had once defeated 3 9th-level core forging adepts. Although they had never fought against a Dharma adept before, the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan had always believed that even if they were not a match for an early Dharma adept, they would still be able to withstand a few blows from a Dharma adept. Lu Ping brandished his fated autumn dew sword. Although the 3 of them were shocked by the spirit-nurturing grade treasure, it wasn't enough to make their expressions change. What truly caused the 3 of them to feel a trace of fear was the aura that erupted from Lu Ping's body in an instant, that kind of absolute spiritual pressure. This was something that the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan could only sense from their Dharma idol, Laozu. However, the person in front of them was clearly at the 8th layer of core forging. The 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan didn't have much time to think. Lu Ping couldn't wait to show off his skills and see what level he had reached. Raging waves hitting the shore. 1,000 snow heap sword art. Great river flows east. These 3 sets of sword techniques were executed by Lu Ping with ease. With Lu Ping's pair of flying swords, the sword techniques of each set were easily executed. Even the raging waves hitting the shore and the 1,000 snow heap sword art, with the fated autumn dew sword art and Lu Ping's mastery of swordsmanship, were no less powerful than the most powerful technique. The raging waves hitting the shore was executed, and the pair of flying swords created wave after wave of waves that rushed towards the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan. Although the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan tried their best to execute their combined attack, they were still unable to trap Lu Ping within. When Lu Ping's sword techniques changed, and the 1,000 snow heap sword art was executed, the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan were like an isolated island in the middle of the ocean. Monstrous waves surged from all directions, sweeping towards the island as if they wanted to completely bury it in the sea. At this time, it was no longer Lu Ping who was attacking the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan. Instead, it was Lu Ping's pair of flying swords that had trapped the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan in a constant struggle. Although junior martial brother Wang was assisting enlightened Jian Ming in his battle against enlightened Shentian, his mind wasn't entirely focused on the battle between enlightened Jian Ming and enlightened Shentian. From the beginning to the end, he had been observing the battle between Lu Ping and the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan. To his heart's content, junior martial brother Wang had actually experienced such a feeling from Lu Ping's swordsmanship. The sky was filled with the waves of swords created by Lu Ping's 2 swords. The 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan had previously surrounded Lu Ping, but now it was Lu Ping's 2 swords surrounding the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan. At this time, the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan could no longer care about the shock in their hearts. The 3 of them could only stand back to back and focus all of their attention on defending against the encirclement of Lu Ping's 2 swords. After Lu Ping consecutively executed 2 sets of swordsmanship, his heart was at ease. A surge of heroic spirit immediately burst forth from his heart, and he couldn't help but roar towards the sky. The sword wave that filled the sky suddenly turned into a monstrous wave of swords under Lu Ping's roar. The entire wave of swords seemed to suddenly become orderly. Although the attacks of the 1,000 snow heap sword art came from all directions and were clearly all-pervasive, it also scattered the offensive power of the flying swords. However, when the entire wave of swords became orderly, the pair of flying swords lost some of their nimbleness, but gained a boundless offensive power. The Great River Flows East was a true great swordsmanship technique. It was as if the Milky Way was collapsing, but the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan could not even be a reef in the middle of the river. Under the powerful torrent of swordsmanship, the 3 heroes were like giant rocks that were constantly being battered. They had no choice but to be pushed again and again, but in the end, they were smashed into pieces. The three talents formation was finally unable to withstand the impact of Lu Ping's swordsmanship. The magical protection that the three heroes had formed together was forcefully cracked by Lu Ping from the front. It was like a dull hammer that directly hit the hearts of the three heroes. The three talents formation was first red, then white, and finally dark red. When the three heroes could no longer suppress the blood in their hearts, they spat out a mist of blood in front of them. Junior brother Wang, who was far away helping perfected Jian Ming besieging perfected Shentian, finally could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. This person could not be at the 8th level of the core forging stage. This person must be a Dharma adept who had suppressed his aura to disguise himself. Senior brother Jian Ming, quickly use grandfather's talisman. This Ying Shan immortal courtyard is sinister. This person must be a Dharma adept who has hidden his cultivation. We are definitely no match for him. Perfected Jian Ming was evenly matched with him because perfected Shentian had suffered a blow from the three heroes of the Jiyu clan. He had already noticed that junior brother Wang was absent-minded when he was helping him. He had originally thought that it was because junior brother Wang had been injured earlier and was not strong enough. However, his shout made perfected Jian Ming regret bringing him out this time. If junior brother Wang could harden his heart and fight with all his might, perhaps he could also suppress perfected Shentian. If he could defeat perfected Shentian before the three heroes of the Jiyu clan were defeated, then the two of them could turn around and help the three heroes of the Jiyu clan. Perfected Shentian, who had just appeared, might be defeated by the five of them together. However, this junior brother Wang had obviously placed all his hopes on others. He did not know that he had to fight for his own status. Even if the Yinghe sect had joined the Jiyu clan, they still had to show their worth in order to be valued. Did he not know that their actions could not escape the attention of perfected Jian Laozu? Indeed, just as junior brother Wang finished speaking, an angry snort sounded in Lu Ping's divine will. This cold snort seemed to contain a trace of resentment as it rang in junior brother Wang's ears. Ah! Junior brother Wang jumped out of the battle with perfected Shentian in shock. He immediately reacted to the voice of his grandfather, Chong He Laozu. For a moment, junior brother Wang seemed to be at a loss as to what to do. Although junior brother Wang had not used his full strength, he was still at the 7th level of the core forging stage. He had more or less assisted perfected Jian Ming, which was why perfected Jian Ming had been able to maintain a stalemate with perfected Jian Ming. However, junior brother Wang's sudden retreat from the battle caused the pressure on perfected Jian Ming to multiply. In his heart, he had already cursed junior brother Wang, but on the surface, he looked helpless. Just as Chong He Laozu's sneak attack sounded in Lu Ping's divine will, Lu Ping seemed to be prepared. A portion of his divine will that he had hidden earlier suddenly exploded, forming an invisible divine will barrier around his body, blocking Chong He Laozu's divine will. However, Chong He Laozu was still at the peak of the early Dharma stage. Although he had been seriously injured in the battle against the Shura and the demonic Shuras, which had delayed his advancement to the mid-Dharma stage, the past 10 years of cultivation had made his peak Dharma stage seem even more experienced. When Chong He Laozu's cold snort sounded, the Jiyu clan's three heroes' gloomy faces finally showed some relief. Immediately, the three of them acted as if they had a tacit understanding and were about to counterattack. From their point of view, under the attack of Chong He Laozu's divine will, even if Lu Ping's divine will did not shatter, it would still be greatly damaged and his strength would drop. However, just as the three of them were about to rush forward and attack, they suddenly realized in shock that although Lu Ping's face was pale, there was a hint of mockery in the corner of his mouth. Without waiting for the three of them to realize that something was wrong, they saw a wave of swords that was even more ferocious than before descend from the sky. There were even 2 sword dragons hidden in the wave of swords, waiting for an opportunity to attack the three of them. With the beautiful autumn dew sword in hand, Lu Ping, who had already advanced to the 8th level of the core forging stage, had already reached a higher level in terms of the power of the great river flows east. Lu Ping had not used his full strength earlier because he wanted to quickly familiarize himself with the power of the great river flows east. This person was actually not afraid of Chong He Laozu's divine will attack. Could it be that he was really a Dharma adept? The ferocious and sharp-sword light once again tore through the defenses of the Jiyu clan's 3 heroes. As the 3 heroes looked on in despair, the 2 sword dragons swayed their huge mouths made up of sharp blades and bit towards the 3 of them. "Hey, how dare you, young man? Have mercy." 2 powerful voices rang out one after the other. Lu Ping's heart sank. There were actually 2 Dharma adepts. The killing intent in Lu Ping's heart plummeted, but he was determined to teach his opponents a lesson. The Jiyu clan's 3 heroes, who had already closed their eyes and waited for death, suddenly felt a heavy blow to their chests. Several of their ribs were broken, and their chests visibly caved in. However, Lu Ping's control of the fire was precise, and he did not injure their hearts. The Jiyu clan's 3 heroes were seriously injured and unconscious, but Lu Ping suddenly appeared next to Shentian Zhenren. Enlightened Master Jian Ming was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but junior brother Wang was already far away. To Enlightened Master Jian Ming's surprise, Lu Ping did not join forces with Shentian Zhenren to attack. Instead, the 2 of them retreated. Enlightened Master Jian Ming seemed to have thought of something. When he turned his head, he saw a spatial door suddenly open in mid-air. Chang He Laozu and another Dharma adept emerged from the door. Chapter 703. Lu Ping seemed to have predicted that Chang He Laozu would appear. After dragging Shentian Zhenren away from the battle, Shentian Zhenren turned around to look and saw 2 early Dharma adepts walking out from a portal. Shentian Zhenren sucked in a breath of cold air. 2 Dharma adepts. Even if the 2 of them had avoided the area where the 2 Laozu had appeared, how could the 2 of them escape from 2 Dharma adepts? However, Lu Ping did not seem to be worried about this. Chang He Laozu and the other Dharma adept did not chase after Lu Ping and Shentian Zhenren for some reason. They did not even look at where the 2 of them were. After Chang He Laozu appeared from the portal, his expression turned ugly. He looked at a place not far behind the 2 of them and said in a low voice, "I don't know where you came from, but why did you set up a training ground in such a remote and barren place like the Yingshan Mountains?" Shentian Zhenren's face lit up. When he turned around to look, he realized that Guotianshan Laozu had already appeared not far behind the 2 of them. Guotianshan Laozu laughed and said, "You must be joking, brother Chang He. The Yingshan Mountains have no owner, so why can't I set up a training ground here? As for my background, I'm just a lone practitioner who happened to obtain this level of practice by chance. I just want to set up a pure land and pass down what I've learned." "Thank you, brother Chang He." A gust of hot air came out of Chang He Laozu's nostrils as he laughed coldly. What a joke. Who in the world of practice doesn't know that the Yingshan Mountains have long belonged to the Yingshan, Yinghe, and Daoyu sects? Don't you think it's too despicable of you to take advantage of the chaos when the Shura and Shumo sects were wreaking havoc? Patriarch Guotianshan sneered and said, "Your words are not without reason. However, when I arrived, the 3 dojo that you mentioned had already been razed to the ground by the Shura sect and the Shumo sect. Not a single cultivator from the 3 sects that you mentioned survived. After that, our sect was established, and Patriarch Yushong inherited the teachings of the Yingshan sect and the Space Dao sect, creating the Yushan sect. I admire fellow Daoist Yushong's character, so I gave up the territories that we previously occupied to the Yingshan sect and the Space Dao sect. Although our sect still occupies a large portion of the Yingshan sect's territory, I have never seen any disciples of the Yingshan sect come here to restore their sect's teachings." Just as Tianshan Laozu finished speaking, an ignorant voice rang out. "What a joke! With my grandfather, Chang He Laozu, here, who would dare to inherit the Yinghe sect?" The person who spoke was none other than junior brother Wang, who had regained his courage after seeing Chang He Laozu. Guotianshan Laozu acted as if he had not heard anyone speak. He just smiled and looked at Chang He Laozu and the other Dharma adept. The Dharma adept next to Patriarch Long River gave Patriarch Long River a meaningful look. Patriarch Long River's face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. Reverend Jian Ming's expression changed. He turned around and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, don't be rude. Junior brother Wang did not realize that he was like a clown in front of Lao Tzu. He continued to say, "Isn't that the case?" Reverend Jian Ming had already scolded this spoiled brat in his heart. However, he still maintained a helpless expression on his face. Just as he was about to say something, a clear voice in front of him said, "My friend, you seem to be making a mistake. I wonder if Changhe Laozu is an adjunct of the Jiyu family or the leader of the Yinghe sect." Junior brother Wang suddenly remembered that there was a Dharma adept from the Jiyu family beside Changhe Laozu. Only then did he realize that he had said the wrong thing. Just as he did not know how to respond to Lu Ping's sarcasm, he heard Lu Ping continue. If Changhe Laozu is the leader of the Yinghe sect, that means that the Yinghe sect has not joined the Jiyu family. However, if Changhe Laozu has become an adjunct of the Jiyu family, and the former adjunct of the Yinghe sect has joined the Jiyu family, then Changhe Laozu will naturally not be a disciple of the Yinghe sect. I believe that Changhe Laozu would not be someone who would betray his master, right? You. Junior brother Wang pointed at Lu Ping and was speechless. Previously, because he had two Laozu backing him up, he had been too proud and arrogant. However, Lu Ping had taken advantage of his weakness and continuously mocked him. Unfortunately, the Yinghe sect was weak and had joined the Jiyu family, so they could not refute him. At this moment, even Changhe Laozu's face was full of anger and humiliation. "Shut up." Junior brother Wang was so frightened by the furious Changhe Laozu that his head retracted into his shoulders and he kept his mouth shut. At this moment, the other Dharma adept raised his hand and summoned the 3 strong bodies of the Jiyu family. He placed 3 spirit pills into each of their mouths and then patted each of their chests. The 3 men, who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Ping, immediately regained consciousness. The broken ribs in their bodies were also straightened by this Laozu's pat. Although their injuries hadn't fully healed and their chest and abdomen were still in excruciating pain, such injuries were nothing to a late core forging realm cultivator. However, the 3 of them looked at Lu Ping with anger in their eyes, and eventually, a hint of admiration. This Laozu smiled at the 3 of them and said, "The 3 of you have always been arrogant in your clan. You relied on your combination attack technique to defeat ordinary peak core forging adepts. You think that you are invincible below the Dharma adept level, but you do not know that the world of practitioners is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It is not something that you can fathom. Today, losing at the hands of Brother Tianshan's disciple may not be a bad thing for you." When the 3 heard their own Laozu's words, the way they looked at Lu Ping changed once again. The fear from before was gone, leaving only admiration and a burning desire to fight. It was obvious that this Laozu of the Jiyu family had a deep understanding of the 3 Jiyu brothers. With just a few simple words, he was able to sweep away the dispiritedness of the 3 Jiyu brothers' defeat at the hands of Lu Ping. This Laozu raised his head and looked at Lu Ping, then turned to Guotianshan Laozu and cupped his hands. He said, "I, Jiyu Hao, am very impressed that you are able to raise such a disciple. I have seen the disciples of a few large sects and large sects. Their late core forging adepts have the ability to fight against early Dharma adepts. Although these 3 disciples of my Jiyu family are usually arrogant, they still have some tricks up their sleeves. There are few adepts below the Dharma stage who are a match for them. Yet, they were so easily defeated by your disciple. With this level of strength, I am afraid that even I would not be able to defeat him easily." Guotianshan Laozu's expression did not change. He only smiled modestly and said, "So it is a friend from the Jiyu family. You praise me too much. Although this disciple of mine has some tricks up his sleeves, how can he be compared to a disciple from a large sect of the same name? I would not dare to compare him to a friend from the Dharma stage. That would be too arrogant." Right at this moment, Ancestor Jiyu Hao turned his head slightly to look at an empty space in the distance, and he grinned. "May I know if the Tao Universe sect's fellow Daoist Yushong has arrived? Why don't you show yourself and have a chat with me?" Long River Laozu's heart jumped. He immediately used his divine consciousness to look in the direction that Jiyu Hao Laozu was looking at. Only then did he realize that there was indeed something strange about this place. When he turned his head to look, he saw that Guotianshan Laozu was still smiling. There was not the slightest hint of surprise on his face. It was obvious that he had already noticed Yu Shong's arrival. However, this was not the only thing that shocked Long River Laozu. Just as he was shocked by the fact that Guotianshan Laozu's level of cultivation was lower than his, but his strength was clearly not weaker than his, he suddenly realized that the 8th level core forging adept standing in front of Guotianshan Laozu, who had mocked his grandson earlier, also had a divine consciousness that was not weaker than his own. Long River Laozu's expression of surprise disappeared, but his heart was still in turmoil. After all, Long River Laozu was at the peak of the early Dharma stage, a practitioner who was about to face his tribulation. His level of cultivation was considered to be something to be proud of among his peers. However, he had first lost to Jiang Tianlin Laozu, and now he was no match for Guotianshan Laozu. Moreover, these two people's levels of cultivation were completely lower than his. Now, there was a demon-like core forging adept minor repairs who was actually not weaker than a Dharma adept. How could this not make Long River Laozu feel disheartened? Perhaps he had been a little too impatient in his eagerness to start his tribulation. Long River Laozu did not know that the setbacks he had suffered recently had inadvertently helped him achieve his dream of successfully advancing to the mid-Dharma stage in the future. Everyone was looking at the empty space. Yu Shong Laozu suddenly stepped out of thin air and looked in the direction of Long River Laozu. She snorted coldly and stood there, minding her own business, not saying a word to anyone present. Long River Laozu's face was as dark as water as he faced Yu Shong Laozu. There was a hint of shame in his expression. Jiyu Hao Laozu clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Since friend Yu Shong is here, that's great. This time, friend Guotianshan has already shown us the power of the sect that he has established. The Yingshan Immortal Academy indeed has the power to establish itself in the Yingshan mountain range. My Jiyu family is not a domineering and tyrannical clan, so we will naturally give the Yingshan Immortal Academy and the Yushan faction sufficient respect. Since that's the case, I have something to discuss with the two of you. Can we speak in private?" Guotianshan Laozu and Yu Shong Laozu looked at each other with tacit understanding, then nodded in Jiyu Hao Laozu's direction. Jiyu Hao Laozu's expression did not reveal anything, but Long River Laozu suddenly understood. No wonder friend Jiyu Hao did not join forces with me to deal with Guotianshan earlier. So Yu Shong was already on Guotianshan's side. Once we attacked Guotianshan, Yu Shong would definitely help. This was no wonder. This time, the Jiyu family had already decided to expand their territory in the Yingshan mountain range. This way, once the Yingshan Immortal Academy was chased out of the Yingshan mountain range, the next target would naturally be the Yushan faction. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. Yu Shong would definitely have to join forces with Guotianshan in order to protect their respective foundations. It was a pity that the Jiyu family had also lost much of their strength in defending against the Shura and Shomor cultivators. Otherwise, the Yingshan mountain range would not have sent just one Dharma adept, Jiyu Hao, to expand their territory. The four Laozus disappeared. Lu Ping and Shentian Zhenren also returned to the Immortal Academy. However, at this time, news of Lu Ping's achievements had already spread throughout the Yingshan Immortal Academy. The three core forging adepts from the North Sea had already dealt with the most mysterious elder Xian Ping of the Immortal Academy. The news of him fighting one against three and heavily injuring opponents of the same level as him spread throughout the Immortal Academy, causing the blood of many Immortal Academy disciples to boil. As for the core forging adepts and a few late blood condensation adepts from the North Sea, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. They all said, "So that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder." However, the other Immortal Academies and adepts asked curiously, "Could it be that you already knew about Elder Xian Ping?" These adepts smiled but did not say anything. However, their expressions all revealed yearning and admiration. Half a day later, Lu Ping once again received the talisman from Guotianshan and Laozu. After reading the contents, Lu Ping sank into deep thought for a moment. Then, he put the talisman back. His body turned into a stream of water and directly entered the Ying River from the cave abode. He flowed along with the surging Ying River. The disciples of the Yingshan Immortal Academy were still immersed in the fervor brought about by Elder Xian Ping's tyrannical strength. However, they did not know that this mysterious elder had already secretly left the Immortal Academy. Chapter 704. Several days later, a piece of news spread among the various powers and itinerant cultivators in the Yingshan mountain range. After Long River Laozu joined the Jiyu clan and led the Jiyu clan's forces back to the Yingshan mountain range, the newly risen Yingshan Immortal Academy and the Mountain Universe sect, which was formed by the remnants of the Dao Universe sect and Yingshan sect, had no choice but to join forces to resist the Jiyu clan. There was a huge battle outside the Yingshan Immortal Academy. Two late-stage core forging elders, Adept Shentian and Adept Shenping, had joined forces to defeat Adept Jianming, Wang Zhenji, and the three heroes of the Jiyu clan. The three heroes of the Jiyu clan's combined attack was famous among the late-stage core forging cultivators in the cultivation world north of the flowing Flower River. Even though they were only at the 8th level of the core forging realm, the three of them had once fought and won against 3 9th-level core forging cultivators. However, this time, they were defeated by an elder of the Yingshan Immortal Academy, Adept Shenping, who was also at the 8th level of the core forging realm, with a pair of flying swords. The three of them were heavily injured, and in the end, Long River Laozu and Jiyu Hao, the two transcendence cultivators, had to appear. Only then did Adept Shenping retreat. This battle made the various powers in the Yingshan mountain range realize that the rise of the Yingshan Immortal Academy was not due to Guotianshan Laozu's power alone. Yingshan Immortal Academy had also obtained the recognition of the cultivation world of Hebei through this battle. Adept Shenping had also begun to enter the eyes of the various powers in Hebei. Lu Ping followed the Ying River and traveled hundreds of kilometers downstream. The Ying River twisted and turned in the Yingshan mountain range. After countless twists and turns, it finally broke through the encirclement of the Yingshan mountain range and entered the flatlands of Hebei, the second largest river in the Middle Lands, the Yulon River. As a result, Lu Ping followed the Ying River downstream for close to 1,000 kilometers. Not only did he not leave Yingshan mountain range, he even reached the central, southern region of Yingshan mountain range. This was also the place where Guotianshan, Yu Shong, Chang He, and Jiyu Hao, the four Laozu families had discussed after the previous battle. The terrain here was low and flat. From afar, it looked like a huge fist had smashed into the Yingshan mountain range, causing the ground to cave in. One could even see the cracks in the ground that formed gullies. Therefore, this place was also called Godly Fist Basin. After entering the basin, the originally turbulent abundant river immediately calmed down. The surface of the water surged, and a huge black tortoise carrying a young cultivator who appeared to be in his 20s floated on the surface of the water, swimming down the river. When Lu Ping received the decree from Guotianshan Laozu, he was rather surprised. He had inherited the pure yang soul of the Ying Tian sect's peak Dharma adept, Fei Tian Laozu. He knew the secret places that the Ying Tian sect had opened up in the Yingshan mountain range like the back of his hand. However, he also knew that these secret places had probably been passed down for a long time. Originally, Lu Ping had planned to search for these secret places according to Fei Tian Laozu's memories after he came out of seclusion. Even though the chances were slim, if he could find one, it would undoubtedly be a great boost to the development of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. However, he did not expect that one of the large secret places of inheritance of the Ying Tian sect would still be preserved. These so-called secret places of the Ying Tian sect could actually be divided into 3 levels: the Spirit Gathering Secret Place, the Spirit Vein Secret Place, and the Inheritance Secret Place. The Spirit Gathering Secret Place was actually a spirit gathering place that was rich in spirit energy and opened up into a spirit herb garden or a spirit plant garden. The scale was not large, and only a few simple formations were used to conceal it to prevent wild beasts from destroying the things inside. These so-called secret places were the most numerous. Lu Ping did not expect these so-called secret places, which could be discovered by a core forging cultivator's divine will, to be passed down. The Spirit Vein was a secret place that the Ying Tian sect had opened up using some of the scattered spirit veins in the Yingshan mountain range. This place was usually protected by a more complete formation, and there were disciples of the Ying Tian sect stationed in the secret place, specializing in protection and cultivation. Although these secret places were more secretive, after the destruction of the Ying Tian sect, these secret places were continuously found by cultivators in the Yingshan mountain range. Now, even Lu Ping was not confident that one or two of these secret places would still exist. The most secretive places were the inheritance secret places. These secret places were generally divided into two types. One was the inheritance place that the Ying Tian sect had opened up using a heavenly grotto heaven magic treasure, like the Ying Shu treasured mirror that Lu Ping had discovered and taken away by Jiang Tianlin Laozu. The other type was the grotto heaven space that the powerful cultivators of the Ying Tian sect had opened up in the Yingshan mountain range using some spatial cracks. These two types of secret places were the essence of the Ying Tian sect's inheritance. They were also the true goal of the people behind the destruction of the Ying Tian sect. However, other than cultivators like Fei Tian Laozu in the Ying Tian sect, no one knew how many of these secret places the Ying Tian sect had opened up. Even a cunning rabbit had 3 burrows, let alone a large sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. For thousands of years, what truly attracted the cultivators of the various sects to come to the Yingshan mountain range were these large secret inheritances that had yet to be discovered. Once found, it would be a lifetime of wealth for any cultivator. The secret place that Lu Ping was looking for in the Divine Fist Basin was an inheritance secret place that was opened up in a spatial crack that was passed down by the Ying Tian sect. This secret place was called the Broken Bone Grotto Heaven by the Ying Tian sect, but it was now called the Fist Valley Grotto Heaven. During the battle that destroyed the Ying Tian sect, Fei Tian Laozu originally wanted to transfer the treasures in this Grotto Heaven to the dojo, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by a cultivator of the same realm. This cultivator did not know Fei Tian Laozu's intentions. When a Fei Tian Laozu wanted to escape, he simply punched down and wanted to stop him from escaping. However, he did not expect that the grotto heaven that was opened up in the spatial crack would collapse. Fei Tian Laozu originally thought that this space would definitely no longer exist, but he did not expect that it would be preserved in the end. Moreover, because the depths of the spatial crack were extremely unstable, after suffering an attack from a powerful cultivator, some unknown changes occurred. As a result, although this space was preserved, there were many restrictions that prevented cultivators from entering and leaving as they pleased. This space was originally a secret shared by the Ying He, Yingshan, and Dao space sects. The space would open once every 300 years, and every time it opened, the large amounts of 500-year-old and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs produced in the space would be an important source of medicinal pills for the cultivators of the 3 sects. The Yingshan Immortal Academy naturally did not know about this space, but when the Immortal Academy first expanded its forces, it had unintentionally marked this space as the edge of its territory. As a result, the other 2 sects were slightly unwilling. These 2 sects naturally did not want the Immortal Academy to know about the location of this space. As the space that opened once every 300 years approached, this was also one of the reasons why the Mountain Universe sect and the current Jiyu family had fought against the Yingshan Immortal Academy. They hoped to chase the Immortal Academy out of this region and protect the secret here. However, no matter what, the Yingshan Immortal Academy still withstood the pressure in the end. Yusheng Laozu clearly knew that her Mountain Universe sect alone could not maintain a balance with the Jiyu family in the Yingshan mountain range. This secret was ultimately revealed to Guo Tianshan Laozu when the 4 Laozu discussed it. The talisman that Guo Tianshan Laozu gave to Lu Ping was naturally in the hope that he could lead the disciples of the Immortal Academy to the secret space. In the past, the 3 sects had obtained close to 50,000 stalks of 500-year-old spirit herbs and 5,000 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. This was an enormous wealth that could not be ignored. Lu Ping thought back to when he first entered Fei Ling Island. Back then, the total amount of 500-year spirit herbs collected by the various sects was only equal to the amount produced in this space. As for the 1,000-year spirit herbs, the difference was too great, only 1/10 of the amount produced in this space. It had to be known that Fei Ling Island was where Fei Ling sect's Dao Right was located. Even though this Tao right had already been plundered, it was still nourished by a large spirit vein. Moreover, it would only appear once every 500 years. This space was merely one of the secret areas opened by the Ying Tian sect, and it would open once every 300 years. This could not be said to be small. Could there really be such a huge difference between the North Sea and the Central Plains? Lu Ping knew that there were naturally many other factors that could not be generalized. However, there was no doubt that the Central Plains was far more fertile than the North Sea's cultivation world. Lu Ping weighed the pros and cons and finally decided to go to this partially collapsed secret space to investigate first. Even though he knew that Guo Tianshan Laozu must have already investigated this place beforehand, Lu Ping still trusted his own eyes and senses more. His divine will, which was not inferior to that of an early Dharma adept, constantly lingered around a cliff in this basin. Lu Ping's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, when the opponent who was on par with Fei Tian Laozu smashed down with his fist, the secret space's entrance had been smashed into pieces. Although this secret space was fortunately preserved, the entrance to the secret space had already collapsed. Every 300 years, the collapsed space would recover for a short period of time. However, it was extremely fragile. Once a mid-blood condensation realm cultivator or above entered, the recovered space would collapse again, and the cultivator would die. After several lessons, the three sects came to the conclusion that only adepts who were below the early blood condensation could enter. Naturally, Lu Ping did not come here to verify the lessons he had learned from the three sects' bloody lessons. Instead, he came here because of the records he had obtained from Fei Tian Laozu's pure yang soul. The Broken Bone Cave Heaven, which was now known as the Fist Valley Cave Heaven, was not only a space that produced 500-year-old spirit herbs and 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, but the number of 3,000-year-old spirit herbs in this cave was also quite considerable. More importantly, this grotto heaven was filled with 3,000-year-old spirit herbs that were extremely rare in the cultivation world. They were essential for refining the spirit forging pill. However, in the past 4,000 years, the three sects' cultivators had not obtained even a single 3,000-year-old spirit herb from the Fist Valley Cave Heaven. Why was that? Chapter 705. The Fist Valley's secret ground would open for 3 months. Each time, the three sects would send 60 early-stage blood condensation cultivators into the secret ground. Each sect would send 20 people. This time, however, it was different. The Jiyu family was powerful. Even though Patriarch Celestial Mountain and Patriarch Yushong did their best to fight for it, the Yingshan Immortal Academy and Mountain Universe sect only had 18 slots each. As for the Jiyu family, they had 24. 3 days later, a huge streak of light approached from afar. When it got closer, it turned out to be a huge puppet bird. The bird landed on the ground, and more than 20 cultivators alighted from its back. Apart from enlightened Master Jian Ming and a late-core forging cultivator, there was also a mid-core forging cultivator who was greeting the remaining 24 third-layer blood condensation cultivators. The cultivator seemed to be talking to these disciples seriously, and from time to time, the disciples would nod their heads in acknowledgement. After the 2 late-stage core forging cultivators got off the puppet bird, they didn't put it away. Instead, they immediately set up several soundproof restrictions around them. Only then could they see the mid-stage core forging cultivator talking to the disciples. The disciples opened and closed their mouths, but no sound came out. Just when the mid-stage core forging cultivator finished giving some important instructions to the disciples and passed something to the leaders of the 24 disciples, enlightened Master Jian Ming reached out to break the soundproof restriction around them. He said respectfully to the cultivator, "Thank you, Master Ji. The mid-stage core forging cultivator waved his hand and said, "It's fine. The Fist Valley Grotto Heaven is very important. It's only right to give detailed instructions. It's all thanks to Brother Jian Ming for telling us everything about the secret ground." Enlightened Master Jian Ming smiled awkwardly. The late-stage core forging cultivator next to him said, "Fifth brother, you forgot that Brother Jian Ming is now a guest elder of the clan. You are a member of the Jiyu clan. Why do you need to say anything?" Master Gu patted his forehead and smiled. Eighth brother is right. It's my fault. Brother Jian Ming, please don't blame me. Enlightened Master Jian Ming quickly waved his hand. I don't dare. At this moment, enlightened Master Jian Ming's expression changed. The late-stage core forging cultivator next to him, the eighth brother, said, Magic Cloud Yarn? Looks like it's Dao Yu. Oh, it's the Mountain Universe sect. Daoist Jian Ming smiled and said, that's right. This magic cloud muslin belongs to the Dao Universe sect and the current Mountain Universe sect's late core forging cultivator, Pang Feiyun. As soon as enlightened Jian Ming finished speaking, a colorful cloud separated from the clouds in the sky. The cloud slowly descended and a middle-aged cultivator with a long beard slowly walked down. He looked at the Jiyu clan cultivator who had arrived first and remained silent. After a while, a late core forging female cultivator descended from the colorful cloud. Behind her were 18 early blood condensation cultivators, all of whom were at the third layer of the blood condensation realm. The female cultivator glanced at the many cultivators of the Jiyu clan in the distance. Finally, her gaze fixed on Master Jiyu and she said, I didn't expect the Jiyu clan to send Jiyu Ju here. Your clan seems to value this Fist Valley space very much. Master Jiyu smiled and replied, didn't your clan also send Master Flying Rainbow to hold the line? I wonder which pill refiner will Yingshan Immortal Academy send here. I heard that this sect has only been established for 10 years. I wonder if they can gather 18 blood condensation cultivators. Enlightened Flying Rainbow smiled and said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Master Jiyu Ju. Although the Yingshan Immortal Academy has only been established for 10 years and their foundation is still shallow, they can still send out 18 blood condensation cultivators. As soon as Enlightened Flying Rainbow finished speaking, a giant boat floated down from upstream of the Ying River. The giant boat flowed with the current and in the blink of an eye, it left the mountains on both sides behind. When the giant boat entered the Fist Valley space, it suddenly stopped in the middle of the river. At this time, the Jiyu clan's late core forging eighth brother suddenly said, I wonder who will come from the Yingshan Immortal Academy. It'd be best if it's the mysterious enlightened Shen Ping who defeated 3 of our late core forging cultivators by himself. As soon as the eighth brother said this, not only were the Jiyu clan's cultivators shocked, but even the Mountain Universe sect's middle-aged cultivator Pang Feiyun and female cultivator Enlightened Flying Rainbow had looks of anticipation on their faces. Master Jiyu Ju continued, I heard that this sage Shenping has never shown his true face to anyone before. Previously, there was a spiritual whirlpool in the Yingshan Immortal Academy. Does everyone think that this so-called sage Shenping is a Dharma adept in disguise? As soon as Master Jiyu Ju finished speaking, the few enlightened masters fell silent. At this time, the giant boat was already slowly approaching the river bank. At this time, Mountain Universe sect's Pang Feiyun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, it can't be a Dharma adept. Enlightened Jian Ming immediately asked, oh, Brother Feiyun, do you have any basis for saying that? However, after Pang Feiyun said this, he did not speak again, causing enlightened Jian Ming to be greatly embarrassed. Seeing this, enlightened Flying Rainbow laughed and said, Senior Brother Feiyun has always been like this, please forgive him, enlightened Jian Ming. However, my uncle Yushong Laozu has previously said that although this enlightened Shen Ping from the Yingshan Immortal Academy has concealed his true face so that even Dharma adepts cannot see through him, his level of practice is a true 8th level core forging practitioner. Also, from the aura around him, it seems that he has not broken through for too long. Fellow enlightened Flying Rainbow, could it be that the phenomenon that appeared in the Yingshan Immortal Academy was caused when enlightened Shen Ping broke through to the 8th level core forging practitioner? How is that possible? Isn't a phenomenon like the reverse flow of spiritual energy something that can only happen to Dharma adepts? Enlightened Flying Rainbow laughed and said, fellow enlightened Jiyu Ju's words are not without reason. However, if the phenomenon that caused the reverse flow of spiritual energy was not caused by this enlightened Shen Ping, doesn't that mean that other than Guo Tianshan Laozu, there is another Dharma adept hiding in the dark? Enlightened Jiyu Ju's expression was one of shock. Next to him, his eighth brother, enlightened Jiyu Hun, laughed and said, "I think that it is impossible for there to be two Laozus in the Yingshan Immortal Academy. That phenomenon was either created by Guo Tianshan Laozu to confuse the public, or it was really caused by enlightened Shen Ping's breakthrough." Enlightened Jiyu Hun saw that his sixth brother did not understand and was about to retort, so he hurriedly laughed and said, "Sixth brother, listen to me first. In the past, I followed my second uncle to travel and heard that the elite disciples of some large sects with deep foundations and those large sects that are known as holy lands for cultivation have late core forging practitioners who can match Dharma adepts. When these people break through, even if they are only late core forging practitioners, they can cause a phenomenon like the reverse flow of spiritual energy. There is such a thing." Not just enlightened Jiyu Ju, but the other enlightened masters were also shocked. "Why not?" Enlightened Jiyu Hun laughed bitterly and shook his head. "Recently, the biggest news in the cultivation world is that Yuan Feixiang of the Yuan clan killed a blood demon at the 9th level of core forging. Although the lightning magic passed down in the Yuan clan is the most effective way to counter Shura and demonic practitioners, it still shocked the cultivation world that a 9th level core forging practitioner could kill a blood demon that is stronger than an ordinary early Dharma adept. And it is said that when this Yuan Feixiang broke through to the 9th level of core forging, he caused the phenomenon of the reverse flow of spiritual energy. This, enlightened Jiyu Ju said in disbelief. Could this small Yingshan Immortal Academy produce a disciple that can match those holy lands for cultivation and the number one clan in the Central Plains? That's hard to say. Enlightened Jiyu Hun said faintly. After all, until now, we still don't know where this Guo Tianshan Laozu came from. If we say that this Guo Tianshan Laozu advanced to the Dharma stage as a lone practitioner, although it is not easy, it is not rare. But to say that he can still cultivate a junior that is comparable to an elite disciple of a large sect, that may not be possible. Enlightened Fei Hong also had a pensive look on his face. Hearing enlightened Jiyu Hun's words, he said, "Fellow Taoist Jiyu Hun, do you mean that there is an even greater force supporting this Yingshan Immortal Academy?" Enlightened Jiyu Hun did not deny it. The Yingshan Immortal Academy's giant boat had already neared the riverbank. When everyone looked over, they saw that the person that appeared was not enlightened Shen Ping whom everyone was expecting, nor was it the other late-stage core forging realm cultivator of Yingshan Immortal Academy, enlightened Shen Tian. Instead, it was the current mountain elder of Yingshan Immortal Academy, enlightened Jiyu Ju. When enlightened Jiyu Ju saw that the person following closely behind enlightened Liu Shenyuan was actually a 4th-level core forging realm cultivator, he said in a mocking tone, "No matter what, this Yingshan Immortal Academy's foundation is still not enough." This time, they only sent 2 mid-stage core forging realm cultivators to lead the team for the opening of the Fist Valley space. Don't they know that at least 6 late-stage core forging realm cultivators are needed to open the entrance to the collapsed space? Even though Daoist Master Guzhou's voice was soft, how could it escape the ears of the cultivators present? Even the blood condensation realm disciples standing behind them heard it clearly. When they looked at Daoist Master Liu Shenyuan, who was calmly walking towards them, a trace of disdain appeared on their faces. Enlightened Liu Shenyuan turned to the 4th-level core forging realm cultivator behind him and instructed, "Junior brother Shen Fang, I'll leave it to you to instruct the disciples on some things to take note of after entering the space." Enlightened Shen Fang nodded and stretched out his hand to set up a soundproof restriction, enveloping the 18 blood condensation realm disciples that came down from the giant ship. Even though Jiyu family and mountain space sects cultivators couldn't hear what spiritual master Shen Fang was saying, when Immortal Academy's disciples appeared on the giant boat, everyone erupted into commotion, their faces carrying expressions of mockery. Unlike the disciples from the Jiyu clan and Mountain Universe sect, who were all at the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm, although the 18 disciples from the Yingshan Immortal Academy had all advanced to the blood condensation realm, their cultivation levels were uneven. Only 4 of them were at the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm, 10 of them were at the 2nd level, and 6 of them were at the 1st level of the blood condensation realm. Contrary to the mockery and contempt on the faces of the disciples from the other sects, the enlightened masters who were leading the core forging realm cultivators looked surprised. It was not because the Yingshan Immortal Academy could not gather 18 early-stage blood condensation realm cultivators. On the contrary, it was because they were able to gather 18 early-stage blood condensation realm disciples. Chapter 706. These enlightened masters were all mid-stage core forging cultivators and above. They were naturally able to see the backgrounds of the Yingshan Immortal Academy's disciples. Among these disciples, only one seemed to have sealed his cultivation from the mid-stage blood condensation realm to the 3rd level. The other 17 disciples were all inner disciples of Immortal Academy. These days, the two factions had a certain understanding of Yingshan Immortal Academy's power structure. They also had a certain grasp of the number of disciples in Yingshan Immortal Academy. In the eyes of these enlightened masters, the Yingshan Immortal Academy had only been established for 10 years. In these 10 years, it had grown from nothing to something. With the current scale of recruitment, it would already be considered good if they could produce 10 blood condensation disciples. Moreover, most of them would be at the 1st level of the blood condensation realm. Even if there were some geniuses who could reach the 2nd level of the blood condensation realm, it would be extremely rare. However, the truth was that not only did Yingshan Immortal Academy's inner disciples exceed their expectations, they even had 3 3rd-level blood condensation cultivators and 10 2nd-level blood condensation cultivators. How could these enlightened masters not be shocked? Originally, both sects had sent spies to infiltrate Yingshan Immortal Academy as outer sect disciples. Some of these spies were only in the early stage of blood condensation. According to the two sects' original guess, if Yingshan Immortal Academy couldn't gather 18 early-stage blood condensation disciples, they could only choose from the outer sect disciples. As such, there was a high chance that these spies would be chosen. Once these spies entered the Fist Valley space, the two factions would definitely be able to make Yingshan Immortal Academy suffer a loss in the Fist Valley space. Although this method wouldn't shake Yingshan Immortal Academy's foundation, it could slow down their development. Even though Mountain Universe sect needed to borrow the power of Immortal Academy to fight against the GU clan, they clearly didn't want another equally powerful Yingshan Immortal Academy to appear in the process of fighting against the GU clan. Since there was such a chance, Mountain Universe sect naturally wouldn't mind making Yingshan Immortal Academy suffer a loss. But now, Yingshan Immortal Academy's disciples were all inner sect disciples. These disciples were all seedlings that Yingshan Immortal Academy had recruited from the surrounding mortal villages by activating their bloodlines. They had clean backgrounds and had grown up in Yingshan Immortal Academy. They viewed Yingshan Immortal Academy as their second parent. It would be very difficult for the two sects to convert such disciples in a short period of time. These enlightened masters naturally knew some of the secrets of their sects. When they saw the Yingshan Immortal Academy bring out 18 blood condensation disciples, they recalled enlightened master Jiyu Hun's speculation that the Yingshan Immortal Academy might be a large sect that had secretly infiltrated the Yingshan mountain range. This time, they were more convinced of this speculation. Compared to the other enlightened masters who valued Yingshan Immortal Academy a little more, enlightened Jiyu Ju was looking at enlightened Xian Fang in the soundproof restriction with a serious expression. When enlightened master Fei Hong saw that enlightened Jiyu Ju was looking elsewhere, he also followed his gaze and looked at enlightened Xian Fang. After a while, he said with some surprise, "This Yingshan Immortal Academy really isn't a newly established faction. This enlightened master doesn't look old, and his cultivation has only just broken through to the middle stage of core forging. However, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid he's an alchemy master." Enlightened Jiyu Ju nodded and said, "If this Guo Tianshan established Yingshan Immortal Academy on a whim, how could he have prepared every aspect of a sect in a short 10 years? With the words of the two alchemy masters, Pang Feiyun, Jiyu Hun, and enlightened Jian Ming naturally didn't doubt them. Thus, they valued Yingshan Immortal Academy even more. An alchemy master wasn't something that could be achieved easily. It was as difficult for an itinerant cultivator to become an alchemy master as it was for an itinerant cultivator to reach the Dharma manifestation stage. Although alchemy masters had a transcendent status in the cultivation world, Their achievements couldn't be separated from a large amount of spiritual herbs for them to practice with. Without the support of a faction, it was extremely difficult to achieve anything. After enlightened Xian Fang finished giving his instructions, he removed the soundproof restriction and heard enlightened Jiyu Ju say, "I wonder which 2 late-stage core forging Taoists your sect has sent. This Fist Valley space requires 6 late-stage core forging cultivators to work together to open it. If it's only Daoist Liu Shenyuan, I think it's fine not to open the Fist Valley space." Liu Shenyuan was only at the 6th level of core forging realm. When he heard this, he smiled unhurriedly and said, "Daoist Liu, you worry too much. When the space opens, my sect will naturally send someone over." Enlightened Jiyu Ju didn't ask who would come. Yingshan Immortal Academy currently only had enlightened Shen Ping and enlightened Shen Tian, 2 late-stage core forging elders. If there were other late-stage core forging cultivators from Yingshan Immortal Academy that came, it would only mean that Yingshan Immortal Academy's hidden power was even stronger. Spiritual Master Jiyu Hun's thoughts ran deeper. He had once traveled the world, and his horizons and knowledge were not comparable to those around him. But now, he recalled an explosive rumor about the overseas cultivation world that he had heard decades ago in the East River. In the East Sea, a power called the Carefree Sect suddenly rose up and broke through the many obstacles of the Crystal Palace, sailing their treasured ship to the Tianyu sect of the Central Plains. They formed an alliance with the Tianyu sect, which had always been the first to bear the brunt of the Crystal Palace's attempts to extend their power into the Central Plains. They built an ultra-long-distance teleportation matrix, causing the Carefree sect to live up to its name as a large sect. Before this Carefree sect rose up, it had changed its name to Boudoir and operated as a secret power for many years. Only then did it grow strong under the nose of the Crystal Palace. Once it rose up, even the Crystal Palace did not expect it. It was a classic case of a fire in their own backyard. This caused the Crystal Palace, which had always dominated the East Sea and expanded its power everywhere, to lose a lot of face in the cultivation world. Could it be that Yingshan Immortal Academy was also a chess piece of some sect to expand its power? Perfected Jiyu Hun's heart sank. If this was really the case, the Jiyu clan really could not shed all pretense of cordiality. If the power behind the other party became angry out of humiliation, the Jiyu clan could barely be considered a medium-sized power in the Central Plains cultivation world. There were 3 mid-Dharma adepts and 5 early Dharma adepts in the clan. They might not be able to withstand the anger of the other party. As Perfected Jiyu Hun thought of this, he heard Perfected Jiyu Ju turn to ask Shen Fang, who was behind Perfected Liu Shenyuan, "This young friend is not bad. Recently, you seem to have been refining some mid-core forging elixirs. It seems that your success rate in refining mid-core forging elixirs is not low." Perfected Jiyu Hun was stunned. He knew that this was Perfected Jiyu Ju's intention to establish his power. A few days ago, in the Battle of Yingshan Immortal Academy, the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan were defeated by the opposing elder, Perfected Shenping, with 2 swords. This time, Perfected Jiyu Ju clearly wanted to regain this face. Perfected Jiyu Hun wanted to stop him, but thinking that alchemists had their own rules of the alchemy world, it was better for him not to interfere. Moreover, Perfected Jiyu Hun was very dissatisfied with the fact that Yingshan Immortal Academy had trampled on the 3 heroes of the Jiyu clan to establish their own foundation. Naturally, he was happy to see the other party make a fool of himself. Perfected Shen Fang was stunned when he heard Perfected Jiyu Ju's words. He immediately knew that the other party was provoking him. There were 2 main types of sparring between alchemists in the world of alchemy. The first type was to compete in alchemy. If the level was serious, it could even directly trigger a cauldron-smashing agreement until one side admitted defeat and destroyed the cauldron, completely withdrawing from the alchemy world. This was also considered a duel in the alchemy world. Back then, Lu Ping had once made a cauldron-smashing agreement with Yu Jiangrui in the Chenyuan Palace of the Northern Alliance in the East Sea. Later, after mediation by the Northern Alliance's Hongye Laozu, Perfected Qin, and the others, although Yu Jiangrui did not smash his cauldron, he was now the alchemy master of Soundwave Island, which Lu Ping managed in the East Sea. The other type was to probe each other's secrets. Alchemists dealt with flames, cauldrons, and various kinds of spirit herbs all year round. It was inevitable that they would reveal their achievements in alchemy as well as other secrets. This method of alchemists was to see who could see through the other side's secrets, guess the other side's alchemy level, and know that the other side bowed their head in respect. Although perfected Xian Fang was also an alchemy genius, he had only been an alchemy master for a few decades. How could his experience be compared to someone like perfected Jiyu Ju, who had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years? Although perfected Xian Fang also tried to find some clues from perfected Jiyu Ju, he had to admit that perfected Jiyu Ju's alchemy skills were above his own. He couldn't detect any subtle changes in perfected Jiyu Ju's alchemy skills. He could only cup his hands and say, "Your Excellency's alchemy skills must be extraordinary. Refining a late core forging pill is not a problem." Perfected Jiyu Ju smiled proudly and said, "That's right. I can see that Your Excellency has recently been refining a pill suitable for cultivators with metal attribute bloodlines. I wonder if Your Excellency can guess what pill I've been refining recently." Perfected Xian Fang's face turned red. Just as he released his divine sense, it was blocked by a divine sense that was far stronger than his. He couldn't find anything from perfected Jiyu Ju. At this time, perfected Master Fei Hong from the Mountain Universe sect seemed to be unable to hold back his loneliness. He opened his mouth and giggled, "Little friend, the pill you've refined recently shouldn't have been more than 3 days ago. Looking at the residual pill chi around little friend's body, I'm afraid your success rate is not low." Both of them called perfected Master Xian Fang little friend. Perfected Master Xian Fang was an alchemy grandmaster and was respected by many. Now that he was being looked down upon, his alchemy skills were inferior to these two, and his cultivation was even worse. His face turned red with anger, but he couldn't refute a single word. Just as perfected Master Liu Shenyuan sensed that something was wrong and was about to change the topic, he saw perfected Master Xian Fang's eyes brighten when he looked behind him. Perfected Master Liu Shenyuan immediately guessed something and was delighted. Everyone also noticed the abnormality in perfected Master Xian Fang's expression. When they turned to look, they didn't know when, but behind the Mountain Universe sect and the Jiyu clan, which was in front of the Ying Shan Immortal Academy disciples, a cultivator had suddenly appeared there without anyone noticing. When perfected Master Zhen Ming saw this person, he immediately felt a bitter taste in his mouth. However, his expression was still calm as he forced a smile and said, "So it's perfected Master Shen Ping." The other cultivators from the Mountain Universe sect and the Jiyu clan were shocked. They saw this cultivator who looked to be around the same age as perfected Master Shen Fang appear behind them without anyone noticing. If this person launched a sneak attack, they didn't know who would be able to block it. When they thought of the method this person used to defeat the Jiyu clan's 3 heroes, they watched as perfected Master Shen Ping walked through the 2 sects cultivators as if there was no one around and walked towards the Ying Shan Immortal Academy disciples. They unconsciously took 2 steps back to make way for him. Chapter 707. Other than one of the 18 blood condensation disciples standing behind Daoist Shen Fang, none of them knew what Daoist Shen Fang and the 2 core forging enlightened masters were talking about. However, they could tell that Daoist Shen Fang was at a disadvantage in the argument. Naturally, they were all holding back their anger. When they heard Daoist Zhen Ming say that this person was Immortal Academy's most mysterious elder Shen Ping, the disciples' spirits were shaken. Even though they had long heard that this elder Shen Ping was a cultivator even younger than elder Shen Tian, they still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw Lu Ping. As Lu Ping's cultivation continued to increase, his youthful appearance attracted more and more attention. Although Lu Ping used a face-changing secret technique to hide his true appearance, his youthfulness did not change at all. Although Lu Ping had the recipe for the Agerasia pill and would occasionally refine some Agerasia pills for sale in the pill pavilion, he had never taken a pill himself. The reason why Lu Ping was still able to maintain the appearance of a young man in his 20s was not only because of his long lifespan, but also because he had refined 2 portions of Myriad Wonder Jade Dew, a total of 72 drops of Myriad Wonder Jade Dew. This kind of heaven-grade spirit item had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan, and one of its side effects was to slow down the aging of one's face. Lu Ping strode to Daoist Liu Shenyuan and said with a smile, "Greetings, senior brother Liu." Although Liu Shenyuan did not know why Lu Ping came to the Fist Valley in advance, he knew that Lu Ping had been to the Yingtian dojo before, so he might know something that others did not. "So," he asked with a smile, "have you gained anything these days?" Lu Ping nodded with a smile and said, "Although it's disappointing, at least I have some confidence in my heart." After saying that, he turned to Daoist Shen Fang and said with a smile, "Junior brother, your alchemy skills have improved recently." Daoist Master Shen Fang sighed and said, "I've made senior brother laugh at me. Originally, junior brother had made some progress in refining mid-core forging pills, so I planned to refine late-core forging pills. But today, I realized that I was biting off more than I could chew." Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Why do you have to be like this? These two are alchemy masters who have been practicing alchemy for hundreds of years. That flying rainbow Zhenren is an alchemy master who can refine elixirs that are half a step to the Dharma stage. From the time you started practicing until now, you haven't even been a master for as long as they have. How can you possibly be a match for them? If you had reached their age, I'm afraid you would have already become an alchemy grandmaster. They wouldn't be able to catch up to you even if they whipped their horses." Lu Ping's words caused Daoist Master Shen Fang's eyes to light up. But then he remembered that Lu Ping's cultivation time was actually about the same as his own, but Lu Ping was already an alchemy grandmaster and had great strength. Daoist Master Shen Fang couldn't help but sigh. Lu Ping patted his shoulder and looked at the Immortal Academy disciples behind him. When he saw that Du Jialuo was among them, Lu Ping wasn't too surprised. But when he saw that Tian Yu, who was originally at the 6th level of the blood condensation realm, had also sealed his cultivation, he couldn't help but frown. Lu Ping turned to look at Master Flying Rainbow and Master Jiu Ju behind him. Both of them had obviously heard Lu Ping's words of admonition to Daoist Master Shen Fang, especially Master Flying Rainbow. When Lu Ping had seen through his alchemy realm, he couldn't help but feel a little frightened. This person had such a high cultivation. Could it be that he was also proficient in alchemy? If that was really the case, then what kind of realm had his alchemy reached? Before Master Flying Rainbow and Master Jiu Ju could figure out this problem, they heard Lu Ping's calm voice suddenly say, "Void Flame Pill." Master Flying Rainbow was stunned, while Master Jiu Ju's expression changed greatly. However, Lu Ping didn't stop there. He looked at enlightened Master Jiu Ju and said, "You haven't concocted any medicinal pellets in the past 3 days, so this cauldron of medicinal pellets must have been concocted 3 days ago. However, the success rate doesn't seem to be too high. It should be below 50%, but it should be above 30%. Enlightened Master Jiu Ju stared at Lu Ping in a daze, speechless. 3 days ago, he had indeed concocted the void flame pellets with a success rate of around 40%. But how could this person in front of him know that? Master Jiu Ju couldn't sense the slightest bit of smoke around Lu Ping. This could only mean that this person's alchemy skills were far superior to his, or he wasn't an alchemist at all. Moreover, no matter what, Master Jiu Ju felt that Master Shen Ping was the second type. But if he wasn't an alchemist, how could he have such an understanding of alchemy? This was not a realm that could be reached through experience and foresight. Without personally practicing alchemy, it was impossible to understand the mutual scheming between alchemists. Master Jiu Ju's attitude changed greatly, and he asked carefully, "May I ask if you are an alchemy grandmaster?" Master Jiu Ju's words made Master Jiu Hun and Master Jian Ming tremble. They naturally knew how high the status of an alchemy grandmaster was. An alchemy grandmaster at the core forging stage had a status comparable to a Dharma adept in the cultivation world. Although the Jiu family's strength wasn't too high among the middle-sized forces in Central Plains, they still had some ambition. However, the Jiu family's biggest weakness was that they didn't have an alchemy grandmaster in the family, and this weakness had greatly hindered the Jiu family's development and strength for the past few hundred years. Therefore, no one could have a stronger desire for an alchemy grandmaster than the Jiu family practitioners. Reverend Pang Feiyun of the Mountain Universe sect, who had always been a man of few words, also had a change in expression. He glanced at Reverend Fei Hong, who was beside him, and saw that Reverend Fei Hong's expression was serious. Lu Ping smiled and didn't answer Master Jiyu Ju's question. His divine will was comparable to that of a Dharma adept like Chung He Laozu. If he didn't want to, these two people, even though they were alchemy grandmasters, and their divine wills were superior compared to other adepts of the same level, how could they compare to Lu Ping? Naturally, they wouldn't be able to discover anything. What's more, Lu Ping cultivated a water elemental cultivation technique. Compared to most alchemists in the cultivation world who cultivated wood elemental or fire elemental cultivation techniques, his identity as an alchemist was undoubtedly more concealed and deceptive. Lu Ping then turned to look at Reverend Fei Hong and said, "My friend, the alchemy pill you refined earlier was the Qilin pill? Although this kind of pill is ordinary among alchemy pills half a step into the Dharma stage, it's a rather good pill for a core forging adept who has merged with a third type of spiritual item." Reverend Fei Hong's face turned pale. He wanted to say something, but there was only bitterness in his voice. The Qilin pill was considered ordinary. She was the top alchemist of the Mountain Universe sect, and her position in the sect had always been high. Even Yu Shong Laozu favored her, hoping that she would become the first alchemy grandmaster of the Mountain Universe sect. However, Reverend Fei Hong knew how difficult it was to become an alchemy grandmaster. Although she had already concocted a half-step Dharma realm medicinal pellet, just as Lu Ping had said, the Qipang pellet was only one of the most common and low-grade medicinal pellets among the half-step Dharma realm medicinal pellets. There was still a long way to go before it could be used to concoct a cultivation-level medicinal pellet. And now, the Qilin pill could be said to be the limit of her alchemy skills. A faint green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, and the divine senses that were drifting around Reverend Jiyu Ju and Reverend Fei Hong also withdrew without them realizing it. However, it seemed that Lu Ping did not intend to stop there, and he turned to look at Reverend Jiyu Ju. Reverend Jiyu Ju's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and he heard Lu Ping say, "You used a mid-earth level spiritual fire, right? This grade of spiritual fire is enough to refine the void flame pill." However, although the void flame pill is only a late core forging stage alchemy pill, its medicinal effects are fierce like fire. Cultivators who consume this pill will either waste a large portion of the medicinal effects, or their cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Lu Ping ignored Reverend Jiyu Ju's shocked expression and continued, "Therefore, it is best to use a high earth level spiritual fire for this type of pill. Only then can the medicinal effects of the pill be even more fierce. I presume that the cultivators in your family who can consume this type of pill have already learned how to control the fierce medicinal effects. Thus, even if you use a high earth level spiritual fire, you won't have to worry about wasting the medicinal effects. Instead, it can further promote their cultivation." Reverend Jiyu Ju hesitated for a moment, as if he was thinking about what Lu Ping had said. After a moment, although he was unwilling, he still bowed to Lu Ping and said, "Thank you for your guidance." When Lu Ping turned to look at Reverend Fei Hong, he saw a pair of eager eyes, as if eagerly waiting for something. Lu Ping was startled for a moment, then said, "Your alchemy skills are already quite high. Originally, I didn't want to say much, but the wondrous panacea is all about the word strange, yet you used the conventional alchemy method to refine it. Although with your alchemy skills, you still managed to form the pill, the success rate was still affected." Reverend Fei Hong's eyes flickered. Just like Reverend Jiyu Ju, he bowed to Lu Ping and thanked him. In the world of alchemy, those who had reached the pinnacle were first. With just a few words, Lu Ping had subdued the two alchemy masters who had just made Reverend Xian Fang into a sorry state. With just a few pointers, the two alchemy masters bowed and thanked him. Not to mention the disciples from Immortal Academy whose faces were already filled with admiration, even Jian Ming, Jiyu Hun, and Pang Feiyun, the three reverends, had looks of disbelief on their faces. Their gazes towards Lu Ping had also changed from reverence to respect. The moment Reverend Liu Shenyuan appeared, he knew that Lu Ping would definitely humiliate himself through the competition between alchemy masters. What a joke! What was Lu Ping's identity? Junling was the youngest alchemy grandmaster. Liu Shenyuan had heard his teacher, Guotianshan Laozu, mention it in private. Tianlu Laozu had once said with a sigh that the day Lu Ping reached the Dharma stage would be the day his alchemy skills would surpass his own. Furthermore, Liu Shenyuan had guessed from the hints in Guotianshan Laozu's words that Lu Ping seemed to have several secret pill formulas on him. These pill formulas might even be precious items that could affect Junling's future, and Guotianshan Laozu's advancement to the Dharma stage also seemed to be directly related to Lu Ping. Reverend Liu Shenyuan knew that his teacher was actually hinting to him to maintain the friendship he had established with Lu Ping in Junling's side courtyard. That way, it might be of great help to him in the future when he advanced to the Dharma stage. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.